Yo, 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 yo. What up, Chris? How you been? What's good, femboy? No, 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 no. Go here, go here, go here. Sorry, I have to fix something real quick. Lurking and working, huge. Sorry, give me just another second. What's going on, Shingoku? How you doing, Ralph? What's good, Morton? Sorry, I just had to fix something on the D2 website. Okay. It's fixed. It's fixed. We in, boys. We know where our last citadel is. We just have to not die while fighting the boss. We're a lot stronger now. We have a lot more survivability. Then we go fight the Arbiter. We have 6 attempts on it. I'm going to go in completely blind. If we fail, I'll buy another set of keys. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I won't be able to afford it. And then we move on with our lives.
Yes.
What we got? Mana. Huge. Big mana. Nothing. Fire res. And nothing. Okay.
What can I do for you?
So. Boop, boop. boop, 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 boop. Sell this, sell this, sell all this.
With the
Essence comes in gay now? Hell yeah. Oh. What's the fastest way down here? Well, I have to go down this way anyway, so I don't know why I'm really having deep thoughts about this. We're going down, down, in an early round. Wow, I didn't get any waystone? That's crazy. And sugar, we're going down swinging. I'll be your number one with a bullet. A loaded god complex, cock it and pull it. Oh, I forgot I just want to be running easy, easy whatever maps. I don't care about getting more loot at this point. I do care about my transmutation orbs, though. I'd be transmuting everything. Down, 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 down. Lost men. Going down, down. Man, y'all remember emo? I remember emo. Emo was pretty cool. You have unfinished business with a blind lawyer. Like Daredevil? Like the show Daredevil? Are you saying hello, but you need to leave to go watch Daredevil? Come here, my children. Is a new one out? That's what Morton is saying. Ow. How dare you. Ow, how dare you. Get that. Ow. Going down, down.
It's about time.
Down, down. Guess I didn't see it. Episode 6 dropped today. Let's go, baby. No, enjoy your blind man. I say out loud. Increase light radius. Increase spell damage per 10 spirit. That's fun. So you can get 300 enhanced damage there. I'm an energy shield. I'm an energy shield. It's better than mine. I guess we're gonna hit that. What do you got? It's pretty good. You are nothing. You're kind of something. Boop. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Boop. Nope. Boop. Nope. 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 Okay.
yes.
We're going down, down.
Waiting.
A loaded god complex, cock it and pull it. Exalted Orb. Bang. Rip. One Chance Orb. Bang. Rip. Valet. Bang. Nothing.
What can I do for you? Time is not on our side.
Do you have a leveling build? I do. It's on my YouTube channel right now, but I can go pull it up for you. We're going down, 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 going down, down. Loaded God complex, pocket and bullet. Do 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 do. Hey, if you're watching on YouTube and you wouldn't mind, I would really like it if you could leave a like on the stream. It helps me out a whole bunch. A gigaton, as some would say.
Feast on flesh.
You can help my witch feast on flesh to her heart's desire, which would be pretty chill. Also, I am going to get my inspection on a house tomorrow. Or I'm sorry, on Friday. Today's only Wednesday. That's crazy. So I'm going to be, what's the word? Incredibly poor very soon. And I'm already below the poverty line. So, if y'all could help me out, if you all could help me to stay financially solvent by clicking like on a YouTube video, that would be the bee's knees. That would just mean the world to me. Also, if you're watching over on Twitch and you somehow don't know that I have a YouTube channel and that I both also stream there, but obviously post edited content there, you should go check me out on YouTube. Same thing, Macro Bio Boy. But if you've never gone over there, you've never clicked those buttons, and if you could go subscribe over there, that'd be pretty chill. Remember, subscribing on YouTube is free. It's not the same as on Twitch. Subscribing on YouTube is like following on Twitch. It's like clicking that little heart. But gosh dang it, that would really butter up my Jubilee, which is how we all refer to it. Look at this dumb dinosaur. What a cutie. So if you're trying to butter up my Jamboree, why don't you go click that button for me? Butter my what? My Jamboree. You've never buttered somebody's Jamboree? It's like crumbling their snickerdoodle. Do I have a link for endgame? Yeah, so if you go through that link that's right up there, it'll take you to the endgame version of it. Either the link is in the description or it brings you to the next video. Yeah, welcome to the Machination. That's our cult. We have a cult. It's called the Machinators. We're always machinating together. Real machination type shit going on.
No.
No, I do not think so. Well, thank you, man. Boop. Like in all the pacifist Bob stuff from 4 years ago. Yo, you know what's crazy? I just got the notification that my YouTube channel is now 6 years old, which already is like, that's insane. That's definitely illegal. There's no chance that's legal at all. But yeah, I'm getting like comments on like a lot of my older stuff. Of people just being like, oh, how do I, hey, how's it going? I don't know if you still look at this. How do you like do this and do that? And I'm like, oh, wow. Hey, welcome on in. Thanks for checking out my stuff. I got to remember how these builds worked. You are looking at something that is gone to the before times. I gotta go look that
I'll
up.
be here, waiting.
Pacifist Bob was a lot of fun. Oh, that's a nice one. Sure, we can run it. Why not? No problem, Fabio. Yeah, if you check out that link right up there, the one that's pinned. I think it's in the pinned comment or the description. Oh, I hate these.
Feast on flesh.
What is this one called? The Forge? Boston English is weird. Look, look. Okay, sorry. Let me butter my trumpet, or Trisket, or I'll rumple your stiltskin. Does that help? Is that proper Queen's English for you? It really grabs my turnips. It really fishes my chips. Don't misstiltskin your rumple, buddy. Don't do that. That's illegal. Yeah, not a lot of people know that, but that is actually illegal. If you Google it. We're going down, 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 down. Oh, he's walloping my willow. That's what they all say. They all say that. He's really trimming my juniper. These are all things people say.
Time to consume.
And if you've never heard them, you're the weird one. It's definitely not me. Don't kink shame. Let folks rumple their stiltskin if they want. Sure. But we can't let people, like, we can't be letting people silver their hi-hos. That's messed up. I won't stand for it. At this point, you're going to stumble across incredibly... Oh, for sure. Dude, you like this checkpoint? Here it is. What are we doing here? I'm always very concerned. So, hi. Being a, like, fairly well-educated, yet hilariously landlocked, ignorant American, I'm always incredibly afraid that a very typical thing that we say all the time is just a racial slur, typically against the Jewish people, or is something incredibly offensive to say in Yiddish. Because it just feels like every other word I hear is actually secretly just a slur against Jewish people, which sucks the moon out of this guy. Because there's actually like a ton of like very Americanized Yiddish that like is in common parlance. What do I think about Greenland? I think that Greenland is an island that was colonized by the Danish, and that they do not currently generate enough GDP and do not have a large enough population to properly defend themselves in the climate where the relationship between the United States and Russia on like a global scale is becoming much more important as the days go by. It was very important this whole time, but like much more important. And that Denmark has sovereignty over that island, and at the very least, it is a colony of one of our allies. And as long as the people there are not like hyper disenfranchised in some way, and they're cool with continuing to be a colony of Denmark, then they should probably be left the fuck alone.
One still lives. For now.
I assume, knowing very little, I assume that Denmark is in like a very similar situation to Sicily, although I believe their population is smaller. Where, if they could willingly, they would like to... What is happening here? They would like to be sovereign, but also do not have the means by which to protect themselves. And I'm not confused as to why the United States has a vested interest in that landmass. We actually have for a very, very long time. I think it's absolutely heinously fucking wild that our president had the audacity to say, we'll get Greenland one way or another in its address to the state in front of Congress. Absolute fucking tyrant colonial garbage nonsense statement. Why couldn't I kill this guy? He just wasn't taking damage. Not a colony? Greenland was not colonized? How was Greenland not colonized? Sorry. Let me speak more specifically. At this point, Greenland has the ability to like generate laws and to rule over itself. Denmark no longer like directly institutes law there, right? Is that what we're referring to? The fact that it's autonomous? Right. But it was absolutely a colony. But yes, it has autonomy. Also, I really don't know what just happened with that fight. I don't know why that man just wasn't taking damage.
Greetings.
But my opinion on Greenland is that America should probably stop
I'll be here.
threatening to take over a sovereign nation by force. Fucking wild statement. That is what I think about Greenland. The big thing that I do think is important is that it should not come as a surprise that the United States is interested in being able to have control over that region. We have wanted that for a very long time. Almost happened in World War II. We almost bought it. But instead, we got the Virgin Isles? Kind of with the understanding that we would stop harassing Denmark about trying to own it. Sorry. Yes. And obviously that didn't last. And again, just absolutely insane. Just like very, very clearly and obviously threatening an ally that we will come take this land by force. It's disgusting. And like, I don't care about whatever fucking like big brain, absolutely insane like nonsense people do the gymnastics to try to come up with. Well, it's master negotiating. You wouldn't understand. This man has lost more money than you'll ever make. Damn straight he has. He has gone bankrupt 4 times, 5 times. I don't know why we continue to put faith in this man's ability to have money. He's never done it successfully, but. I think it is disgusting to attempt to negotiate in this way, even if that is the case, which it is. It is just like heinous abuse in an attempt to like quite literally bully people with our military might. Again, allies. Bullying allies. Great fucking move. 10 out of 10. Heinously evil. But yeah. There's a bit more to the Virgin Isles. If you're interested in educating, please feel free to do so.
Death, take you.
Expert Jeweler's Gloves is not the same thing as an Expert Jeweler's Orb. And I'm offended. Sorry, it would be greater. Greater and perfect, actually.
I speak.
I'm not even using the right words to refer to the things. Rest in pepperonis to me.
What can I do for you?
Oh. Yeah, I did that. Hey, what's up, though? Oh. It's not bad. Oh, hold on. Were any of these superior? I'm trying to figure out why I picked up all these things. I guess I just picked them up because they were there. It's also not bad. Oh, now it is. Here you go. Max energy shield, maximum life, intelligence, fire res. It's kind of a thing. Mm, 29 insolence. I need a Spirit Implicit Amulet? I do, but if I don't have one, I need things with stats. I absolutely do. But you don't get to choose what you have. You get to choose, you get to react to what you get. This is not good. I don't need to put money into this. You know, at the end of the day, you are what you are, and what you are is what you are. You know what I mean?
Feast on flesh. None can oppose me.
Twig focus. I also need +6 to minions on my weapon, but sadly, I do not have this. I also need +2 to minions on my amulet, and sadly, I don't have that either. Sorry, we just need to get down to the Citadel, clear it out, and then go die to the Arbiter 6 times. I am stoked. Does anybody know, right now, how much it would cost for me to buy a set of the keys needed to go try the Arbiter. Because I'll let you know. What's happening here? If I fail in the Arbiter and I don't kill them, which is a very good chance of happening, I don't have it in me to keep running maps I don't give a single shit about just to find more citadels. I just don't. It's not in me. I don't have it in my heart. My heart is not strong enough. 7 to 8 divine orbs. How much is a divine orb in exalted orbs? So this is interesting. I'm getting 350 to 400 over here, but over here I'm getting 230. You're saying 7 to 8 divine orbs. They're saying 60 exalts. These numbers do not add up together to make a coherent narrative. So, you must all fight to the death. I appreciate that, Zelgrath. I will continue to not be interested in receiving gear. It was up though. I got like real cocky there that like I was never gonna need another regal orb ever again. And it's like, why do I think that? I guess I could go check. Can you do currency exchange for the keys? How did I get my hideout? MTX? Yes. I bought the $100 support pack.
I can create better.
Which is the other fun thing that like when I start getting uppity about like this game is not free to play and y'all need to stop lying. And people are like, oh, you should be trying to support indie developers and it's garbage and you support these big companies. And I'm like, I've never really played this game before. Look at the hideout I have. I bought this free-to-play game for $100. I think I'm supporting the indie devs. Paying $100 for a free-to-play game isn't supporting an indie dev. I don't know what is. Is that the leveling build tomorrow? Nice. Good luck with it. I had a really good time. Once I like learned how I was leveling and all of that, I had a really good time. The only thing to know from there is you don't end up using the chance to cast on Ignite, and you can completely ignore that part. It was never really important in my build guide anyways, and they nerfed it into the ground. Ready to cry if we don't see Druid tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Oh, is it their live stream? What time is that at? I completely forgot about that. It's at 3? What was it, noon PDT? Right? Looping back to if GGG is an indie dev. Yeah. We've discussed this into the ground before, Zelgareth. In fact, I think you might have been here the other day. The argument I make for this game not actually being able to be labeled free-to-play is you have to buy stash tabs to be able to use a trade website, and the game is very specifically balanced around trade. So the developers expect you to have to trade to be able to experience the game in the way that they see it, which means that if you want to be able to do that, you literally have to buy stash tabs. So it cannot be labeled as free-to-play. It can be labeled as free to try. The game itself is actually just a demo of the game, with all the content being in the demo. But if the game is balanced around trading, which they have said, and you have to spend money to be able to trade, then it is disingenuous to call it free-to-play. Intentionally so.
Feast on flesh.
Are we expecting to see more than one class tomorrow? I thought we were seeing the Huntress tomorrow. Did they say there will be multiple classes revealed? Yeah, unless it's solo self-found, sure, but solo self-found is like quite literally like a challenge mode put in for tryhards, right? That's also not like a legitimate like form of the game that they intend for the majority of the player base to interact with. How many more fucking like, how big is this goddamn map? How many more elites are in here?
I need more time.
With a map with more than... Jeez, what the... What? What? How?
Death is my power to
How is
wield.
this ever possible? How? How are there this many things to kill left?
No.
No.
Greetings.
They like to tease a lot and then save the most for the live stream. Gotcha. Damn, dude. Jesus. This is like perfect other than Lack of minion skills. Well, also the end, but I'll hit you with the Chaos Orb. We'll see. We'll see. All res, mana gen, nothing. Hey. Look at this. Look at this. It's like so heinously better than my helmet. All right, moving on. Damn. It was actually just, oh, I would need to hit Chaos Res. Rip. Yeah. Well, you're almost something. We all love that about you, honestly.
Yes.
Excuse me.
On with the work.
What else do we think they could be hiding then?
Time to consume.
If the juicy stuff is hidden, are they actually adding specters to the game? That'd be pretty huge for me. My only issue with speculating specters is that, like, the last thing they said in their last live stream is like, hey, this is so much harder than we thought it was. And it didn't feel like they were like saying, but we're close to cracking the code. They were just like, here's why it's not in the game, dude. It's fucking hard. It's like, well, yeah. Yeah, it is.
A gift from fate.
Speak. What can I do for you?
Gassy thinks it's coming? Well, that means it's coming. I would never judge Gazzy's intuition. Yeah, I did that. Hey, what's up, though?
Yes. Until next time.
Exalted Orb, huge. Oh. I made a bold decision today. I made the decision that it was warm enough today in my house for me to be wearing a hoodie, a thermal shirt underneath that, a tank top underneath that, and shorts.
Another corpse to serve me.
Now, I don't know how smart of a move that's been. My knees are a little bit cold. But definitely seemed too warm for a thermal with a hoodie, with a tank top, and sweatpants. That seemed crazy. Hello, tornado? Say what's up though. Hidden items. Oh. It'll be exciting to play the game again from scratch. It's very interesting. How do people feel about having to play the campaign every time and not being able to just kind of go where you want to farm? How do you feel about that? Every time you want to make a new character. Why do we think that's like so generally accepted in PoE? Because your mastery over early game farming is like one of the things that kind of helps to differentiate player skill in Diablo 2.
I can create better.
Having a cost perspective and having like an interactions tested stat block for them are two very, very different things, so.
Another corpse to serve.
A Regal Orb. It was up though. So I'm buying a Regal Orb. Oh, I could have re-rolled. Rip. Two has a much more interesting campaign. I think that 2's campaign is kind of interesting until you get to Act 2 and Act 3. At which point, the maps have become so large that, like, the idea of doing it back-to-back in one sitting makes me want to gouge my fucking eyes out. Now, obviously, when the game releases, this won't be the case, that you'll do it back-to-back, but they'll still be in there, and they still have no reason to be as fucking long as they are. Like, straight up bad design. Not even, I think it's an objective truth. The maps are too large. I don't think that there is a legitimate argument to be made for how large they are. And for how unrewarding that is. And the worst part about Act 3 is that they do, they get you with a little bit of an okie doke. Act 3 has you run the same map in the past and the future. So it's actually running one of the maps 4 times. Which is insane. Absolutely unhinged. Yeah, do you, Morton? Size isn't the real problem, reward is. there's just no way to make the campaign as rewarding as being able to quite literally like tailor the rewards you get from the maps you want to run, while simultaneously getting progression towards a stronger and more valuable endgame on the Atlas passive. It can't be as valuable. And since it cannot be as valuable, the size is absolutely a problem, regardless of like how many fucking regal shards I get. Unless you want to like take it to the max, like unless you want me to walk out with like 2 divines and like 100 exalted by the end of the campaign, which is like, that also seems unreasonable. Add the league mechanics in so it doesn't feel stale.
Death is my power to wield.
I think Diablo 2's campaign length was just good. The issue, though, because it's not a one-to-one comparison, that's completely unfair. The major issue, though, is that by the time you get out of the Diablo campaign, what you need to be able to do to farm, well, you know what? Hold on. No, because boss farming exists. Although boss farming also exists here. You could just do like a waypoint boss. Hold on. How do I feel about the statement I'm trying to make? How do I make it fair? The campaign is too long, and here's the issue. So like Act 2 is longer than Act 1, Act 3 is longer than Act 2. Presumably 4, 5, and 6 will either be as long or maintain, or like I think it is more likely that either the campaign acts will continue to get longer, or they'll at least be as long as Act 3. And even if they are as long as Act 2, I already think that's too long. So I think it's fair to say that Acts 4, 5, and 6, that I personally will react to them just as poorly as I reacted to this campaign. And if I can make that assumption, then I think that they are in general too long and they just need to be brought down. And I'm not sure if other people agree with that. I guess I will defer this. The first time I've ever seen one of those. Getting through it is too long. Pushback. Going and finding the sacrificial heart is in a random direction in one of the maps. Right? Like the dude to get that heart is just in a random direction. So like if you intend to come out of it with all of the quests done that give you bonuses, you kind of can't make the argument, well, you'll just like learn how to go. Yeah, they said 60 hours for the campaign on your first character for a season. Or was it 60? They intend for people to play the campaign for 60 hours for the first time through without learning speedrunning strats. Doing the campaign makes sure that you walk away from the campaign having learned more about the build that you're playing than otherwise. Absolutely true. Inarguable. My question would be whether or not the trade-off of your sanity is worth it after you've already done it once. And I'm not sure that I can get behind a statement of yes there. It was up to... Whoa! 97? Homie, I didn't know it came in 97. Oh! 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 Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Game. This would be a large increase in my build's output. All I need is minion skills. All I need. Minion skills. That's all I need. All I need is minion skills. That's all I need. Okay? 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 One time for the city. One time for the city. That's okay. It's not a horrible stat. That's okay. It's not a horrible stat. Minions. That's okay. That's great. One time for the city. No. No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Please. Please. There are 3 dead stats for you to hit. Please. That's okay. One more time. It wasn't okay. I have 49 spirit and plus 4 dominion skills already. This was not better than my current scepter.
Greetings.
Well, Map is complete. I'm not being told. I'm not very interested in being told when to stop clicking a thing. Thank you very much. Let me click my little buttons when I want to click them. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Goodbye, little stick. I always loved you.
Feast on flesh.
If you have something that would turn a damage into another type and then another thing that would turn that damage type into another type, would it work? Yes. I'm not sure that just slamming more would have a net positive outcome. While like the law of averages would say that on average, like the law of averages does not even say there that more good outcomes would happen. It's merely that more outcomes would happen. And if the chance for good and bad are equivalent, it doesn't matter how many opportunities there are. But my expectation is that crafting throughout mechanics will get more deterministic.
A gift from fate.
And what we have right now is like, except for incredibly rich people, is purely RNG, which isn't actually crafting. It's one of the issues with the currency of the game also being the primary means by which somebody, without buying things, gets to generate items. When the items in the game themselves are not meant to drop as valuable things, instead are meant to be like completely blank canvases. Which is not an inherently bad thing, but this is the outcome of it. Like, this is the repercussion of that. Which is just like... Dopamine hits from GambaCraft. Make it worthwhile? If you are a person who merely likes gambling and does not care about the outcome, more gambling would mean more fun. Correct. A lot of people get disheartened when they lose. And I think that the majority of the gambling in this game is loss. Losing outcomes. So I think it's just as easy to like generalize and say that people would actually become more disincentivized to continue to play if they had to experience more loss over the same given time period. You either do like the heavy RNG or you do not. Or I guess you are indifferent. So you're not, but if you're indifferent, you're not actually part of the conversation that's currently occurring, right? So I would argue that the reality boils down to, if you're somebody who is okay with the current amount of, how do I say this? Actually, you know what? Let me give this anecdote. When I was first leveling up and before I got to the end game, which I believe is working towards being able to participate in the end game system, so the beginning of the end game, I was actually okay with the amount of RNG when it came to gear, but that was because I had not been gear gate kept yet. I had not been gear gated from progressing. Then I realized that I was gear gated from progression, and that the amount of hours I was putting in was not moving me towards alleviating that fact. At that point, I tried to become better educated about like what options were available for deterministic crafting. And at least for right now, the only deterministic crafting which like truly exists is essences. And that's it. So you hit the regular essence that you want. If yes, actually it's probably if yes or if no, you hit it with a transmutation or augmentation. If yes on 1 or 2, you now hit greater essence. If yes, you have created an item which at least half of it is what you want. Which, hilariously enough, if we're just assuming everybody is picking up the same number of items, like per hour, is only slightly better than the outcome of... Shortbow is bigger than it? Damn, dude. Which is only like slightly better than the outcome of just taking this white item and hitting it with 2 blue orbs. The answer is yes, Robert. If you have multiple conversion factors, they occur. Boop, boop.
What can I do for you?
But essences get you towards cutting out the first part, which is kind of like, it definitely increase if you were to have infinite essences, it would definitely increase the rate at which you can see good gear. But for me, it does not actually change the dopamine loop, not in a meaningful way, because I do not consider hitting a base item. I do not consider hitting transmutation and then augmentation and then regal as legitimate hope, because it doesn't exist until the regal happens, and at that point it either does or does not have enough stats for me to care about, and that's when my brain starts to lock in about whether or not this is going to have a positive or a negative outcome. Like, if we think about the psychology, right? So let's think about it. There are 2 forms of oh, no. How do I... Here we go. So these are like the 2 forms of like base crafting right now, right? And technically speaking, you can add an omen to this. So you can go essence. If it hits anything at all, augmentation. And if it's still valuable for you, greater essence. Or transmutation on a base item, then augmentation if it's anything regal, with the ability to try to regal for the affix that you want. And what this does is create, both of these processes create a base item where before you do anything else, you could choose to chaos and then exalt, or exalt and then chaos. I guess you could also like choose to annul at this point, but without like changing the outcomes of the annul. This is just like such a wild shot in the dark. It begs the question, like, why would you ever do this? Unless you had like a perfect base item and you were willing to continuously re-slam on it, right? But both of these things, this is the expensive man's version of it. This is the poor man's version of it. This is the slightly less poor version of it. Leads you to an item that you have to now slam 3 times. And unless you are infinitely wealthy, the outcome is either an item that's like worth it to sell or use, or a thing that you end up turning into a regal shard. And then, like, the game has the audacity to also have Vol Orbs. Which, if you really wanted to go for broke, you would have to do after hitting it with quality. And, like, quality is plentiful for a lot of things, but not for gems nor jewelry. And at that point, you get the craziest items in the game, right? But, like, this is the totality of determinism. In a game that drops so many items on the ground that you need a loot filter. So, because I just remembered why we're even talking about it. When we're talking about, like, what are ways that they could make the campaign fun enough that it's okay that the campaign is fucking long as all dicks and, like, kind of sucks to do more than once. I'm not sure that there's a reward loop through the campaign short of having, like, set deterministic outcomes. Like, I think that Diablo 2's campaign, one, it's just like a lot shorter, right? And how good you are at it turns it into such a short process that, like, we're killing Ubers before people have gotten out of Nightmare levels of speed. That also comes with literal years and decades of experience speedrunning together as a team. But, like, one of the cool things about it is that that campaign both gives you set RNG moments for generating gear and deterministic outcomes that are valuable for modifying gear, being the socket quest. The socket quest continues to be so valuable for so long because it, one, allows you to add sockets to unique items, or at least one to a unique item, which is very valuable. 2, allows you to socket a base item so that you can craft on it. Or 3, add 2 sockets to magic items, which can take a magic item from being, like, just kind of interesting or cool, and making it an infinitely expensive item.
I need more time.
And that doesn't currently exist in this game. You, like, get stats, but you also get stats in D2. But if running this campaign, at the end of it, I got, like, 1 deterministic craft that was, like, valuable enough where a legitimate path to economy would be to either offer that to other people for newbies who don't care enough or won't be as impacted by it at first, or make it worthwhile to run extra characters just to get to it. I think you can start to make some arguments for the campaign to be as long and required as it is.
Hello.
But I'm, like, positive the campaign's just gonna get longer. Increased arrow speed is This is one of the best bows in the game. Because it has 100% attack speed? Is it? It's just because it has 100% attack speed? Because arrow speed, other than being visually cool, doesn't matter. Right? Like,
Feast on flesh.
arrow speed gets converted into damage. Shaped like a bow? Oh, it is shaped like a bow. So it's a bow that says 100% attack speed, and when you take that node, it has 100% enhanced damage. Almost every unique is like that. Most people think they're useless, but it's all about the interactions. Some of these are pretty useless. Where's the... No, this one is cool. Where's the one I saw? Where's the one I picked up? Where I was like, I mean, I get it, but... I mean, like, this isn't useless, but it is just that. Like, this is just 2 resistances and some increased mana regen. And also a negative. It's a leveling helm bow. We gotta stop moving the goalposts. The statement was people think that most uniques are useless, but you have to look at the interactions. This is just not a great helmet. Like, it's okay to point to something and be like, that's not particularly great. You cannot make an argument for using this on endgame build. You just can't. Well, and hold on. I do just want to point, the exact quote is, almost every unique in the game is like that. Most people think they're useless, but it's all about the interactions. These are just like 2 okay stats on an item. Stats that you could just get on an item. Like, I like this one. That one was cool. Those are meant solely for leveling. So the totality of this statement is, outside of the items which can exceed the use case of typical rare items that you would have on during the leveling process, there are unique items which people will think that they are useless, but instead have an interaction. Sure. I'll go ahead and say it. This one's bad. Vagabond Life, thank you very much for the follow. This is neither a leveling item nor an endgame item. It's just bad. This is not insane. This cannot be insane. I refuse. Hold on. Let's back up. Again. What I'm getting from one side, on a max endgame build, it has value, and on the other side, this is good for leveling. So the two of you on two other sides of this conversation don't even agree on what the value of this thing is. But you can already get this amount of increased damage, but without having a spirit requirement. Focuses just give increased spell damage. Now, and then also, do we also have to include in the argument the unique specifically as a twink item for the purposes of increasing speed leveling on an alt? Okay. Okay. Y'all are fucking crazy. What? Hold on. What twink? Hold on. What twink are we leveling where you have 500 spirit on your twink character? And also, what twink character is a 500 spirit spell damage build? What does spell damage do on a minion build? Nothing. Why would you have that? But why would you have 500 spirit on a non-minion build? Is it just get up to 500 spirit just to have some spell damage on this thing? What? Grim Feast, you need some spirit. Cast on crit. Archmage. Got it. Okay. I get what you're saying. All right, bad example. I'll find a good example. See, I was going to argue this one. I actually liked this belt. I actually liked using this belt. And I know this thing does a thing, but it also doesn't. Oh, what about that god-awful scepter? I actually just liked this belt. I didn't even hate that belt. What was that god-awful scepter? This is bad. This is a bad item. A bad item that's not even good for leveling. Bad. Bad, and it should feel bad. Bad scepter. Bad item. Show me where the total outcome of your weapon can only amount to this while playing in a group. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool item. All right. I'm done shitting on the uniques. This thing being good is wild, but I got it. Bad. Oh, we're super far beyond the Virgin Islands. Bad item. Bad for leveling. Bad item. Just bad. Boots can't not have movement speed on them. Bat item. Bad, I say. Bad. Ember Fusillade kind of sucks. I guess getting a bunch of them for free is like okay, but if you're trying to cast Ember Fusillade, you kind of need your staff to give you a bunch of damage, and it not giving you that is pretty bad. That one's probably fine for leveling though. See, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, focuses can already get up to a huge amount of increased spell damage. And then also you get cast speed, and then also you get crit chance. So how the fuck is this good? I get the number high, right? Like, I get that. Where is it? Where did it go? I get number go high. I truly do. I get number go high. But you have to compare it to what the focus would already grant you. Because all this says is number go high. So it's like, number go high is better than already being able to get a high number, and then also all the other stats that can come on a focus. I just don't believe that, guys. I don't. You know what? I go fully all the way back. I don't fucking believe you. I'm going all the way back. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, and you can't convince me. Yeah, it gets up to 480. 480, big number. Opportunity cost, you can get other stats in the passive tree. Maybe. No, I said you can't convince me. And I'm sticking to that.
Greetings.
Okay. We do the Citadel. You can't convince me. You like minions, it's not for minions? I don't like minions. And I'm not confused why it isn't for minions. You explained that I'm not stupid. I'm not a fucking idiot who can't think of stuff. One, I hate minions. Two, once you explain that there are builds that have high spirit requirements that also cast spells, I can understand this concept. I'm capable of making logical inferences. Yeah, I get you, Bruno. I think the conversation and what people were putting onto the conversation got very far away from what the base statement was, which was, it was actually kind of similar to the conversation that was happening with Grimm's yesterday, which was generic statement. Most people don't realize that uniques are actually good. They just don't understand the mechanics that get them there. And it's also fine to say that a lot of the uniques are, in fact, so niche to the point of not having a value. And that while a thing can be found for them to have a value in, that is not the same thing as like saying like, oh, people like just don't get it. No, it can just be bad 99% of the time. Like, Doombringer in Diablo 2 is one of the only items that says increased maximum life percentage. The weapon itself is a terrible weapon to use for combat. It is just bad. But to have the most maximum life possible, it does have a value. That is not the same thing as to say that, like, it is a good, unique item designed properly and, like, allows for valuable, like build concepts. It just has a very unique stat. And it's like, also in the history of PoE2 existing, there was a patch where dozens of unique items were given any stats at all so that they could at least be used in leveling along with their ridiculously, like, quirky, like, stat block or function because they were useless. So that also participates in, like, the total narrative of conversations that people have had about unique items for the game, where, like, even the developers were like, you know what? Yeah, this thing does nothing. It might do something later, but it doesn't do something now. And that means when you drop them, and it doesn't do anything, that sucks. Learning that you degenerates are over here stacking 400 and... what would it be? If it's at 15%, 600 spell ED on a focus, because you nasty like that? That's cool. But, like, so, like... okay, so we'll go back to Quillbore, or whatever the fuck the item was called. Increased projectile speed as a stat itself actually does nothing. It does not modify the DPS output in any way, shape, or form. It's just funny that it goes faster. Yeah, Quillbore. Quillmane. It's just funny that your arrow goes faster than the other arrow. But since the total amount of arrows being shot within a time period is just based off of attack speed, projectile speed actually does nothing. It only does something because there's a node that says that your projectile speed acts as ED. That stat on that item is useless, except for this passive node. Oh, we're reviving. ED enhanced damage. It's what increased damage is here.
A gift from fate.
Actually, that's not technically true. ED isn't a one-to-one increased damage. It's just how I think about it because enhanced damage in Diablo 2 is called enhanced damage. But technically speaking, it's more like... because all ID here is in one pool. So it's... technically, I would have to refer to it as off-weapon ED, because off-weapon ED is all in one pool. And then that doesn't necessarily make... that there's not like a one-to-one comparison there for PoE.
Hello.
on flesh.
You need a motivational speech? Can you give me... Can you give me a topic? Because I can bust out a motivational speech about anything. You just gotta, give me a little bit of inspiration here. What would you like to be motivated to do? But to burn this bar to the ground. Well, don't do that, obviously. Okay. One of... One of the least fair things that we decided to do as a society was put it on each other to self-motivate. Truly. We were sold on this idea of strength, being your own person, being able to make $1 out of 15 cents. We were sold on the idea that the struggle is what makes us, defines us, molds us. That we are, in spite of our hardships, strong. And the truth is, humans are very rarely strong. Humans are very rarely brave. Humans are very rarely exceptional. Humans, so much more often, are merely doing what they need to do to make it from this second to the next second. And what we've failed to do as a people is recognize the strength in that, the bravery it takes to do that, the will, the ability, the opportunity, and most importantly, the patience to do that. And it's so hard. It really is. And it's very sad. But one of the kindest things I ever did to myself and for myself is recognize this reality. There isn't some bard that's going to sing tales of me slaying a dragon at the end of today. I'm not going to walk into a town square and be praised for my valiance, for my valor. Some king isn't going to come down and knight me for my efforts.
Feast on flesh.
Only I can do those things for myself. And I know every single time I made it from this second to the next second without crashing out, without acting in a way that I myself would hate. I've accomplished something that every great hero from every story I've ever read, I've ever been told, I've ever experienced has done. And that is being incredibly human in a moment where it was hard to do so, and my only reward was knowing that I did it in the exact way I wish I would, even if it was easy. While it's important for us to have heroes and to have stories, and to have things that inspire glorious revolution, it is just as important, or even more so important, to recognize when the small little things that we did
Think not.
that made ourselves proud in that little moment are the truly amazing things that are possible when the human spirit is tested and not found to be wanting, but instead found to be perfectly adequate and required for us to be able to do that every single time. If that's refusing to crash out at your job, good job.
Yes.
If that is managing to be kind to a single person who very well may not have deserved it in that exact moment, if it's just like finding that little inner peace, just that one little moment where you look back and you go, and I know I didn't fuck up, according to me, according to what makes me happy. That's pretty awesome. I think that's pretty amazing.
Good eating.
I think that we should applaud that more often. Is that anything? Did that do anything? Like, don't crash out. It's so easy to just like go home and hate it later, rather than let them know that you hate it right now. Motivated you towards violence? Get in there. Sunflower, can you let me know what we're talking about? Are we talking about Quillmane again? The arrow getting to the target faster does not matter, because I can't shoot the arrow faster. Unless you're saying that the arrow doesn't do something until it gets to the target, which does not change this statement. Shooting the arrow this fast, it doesn't matter how fast that arrow gets to that target when you're looking at like a DPS. It counts for a single cast of a skill, but when you're looking at DPS, the limiting factor is how fast you can attack with the arrow, which determines the duration in between when the next arrow would get to the target and be able to do the thing. The only way where increased arrow speed matters is on a single cast of a thing. Because you are not looking at damage per second, you are looking at total time before damage is applied. So in that calculation, it's relevant, but it was like the 50% increased dot effect rate in Season 7 for Blight Necromancer actually only netted you a benefit if monsters died between 1 and 3 attacks, and for all other scenarios actually did not net any benefit. So that's what I mean when I say that projectile speed does not have a value except outside of that. I don't need to go kill these other. I just have to go fight this guy. Let's just go fight this guy. I hate when you realize you're in the Citadel and you're like, oh man, I gotta go kill all of these elites. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm just here to kill Wolf Boy. That's all I need to do. Let's go kill Wolf Boy. All right. Last time we fought Wolf Boy, Sif from Dark Souls over here,
Feast on flesh.
we killed him and then died to a mechanic that he did, even though he was already dead. So this time, Let's not do that. This boss should be fairly simple for us to do.
Stop us. We will take the power that we deserve.
Not if I take yours
Okay, Boo Boo.
first.
First one's ire. You'll pay with your life.
Ow. Oof. Look at Spark build. What about Spark build? Sunflower, we're talking about this bow. I think you might be having a conversation about other stuff, which is like perfectly fine. But we're talking about this bow. The arrow speed on this bow does not change the DPS output of a skill used with this bow. Unless there's something like guided arrow where it can hit infinite times within a duration, but its ability to hit the target is based off of how quickly it does an animation, which I guess, like, sure. It's not faster damage over DPS rage power. So rage power, you're welcome to the conversation. We've already had this conversation before. The point that I made about Quill Rain is that when considering DPS, this does not increase DPS. Increased arrow speed does not increase DPS, because the limiting factor is how fast you can cast the animation is to be able to actually generate the arrow. How fast the arrow gets to the target does not matter. In a scenario where you would only cast a skill one time, the total duration before damage is dealt to a target would be increased, because it would take less duration for that to occur. But DPS does not increase DPS. Someone named Sunflower, who might be like behind on the live stream. Maybe? I don't know. Over on YouTube is talking about other things like Spark, which is just like not what I'm talking about this bow. Right here. But the only reason why increased arrow speed here can ever increase damage output is because there is a node that says increase damage by projectile speed. But yes, we are all aware of how attack speed works. My statement was that arrow speed here does not increase the damage output of a build using this weapon. Like, unless there's a bow skill. Here, I guess we could go look. that's duration based off when it hits. Yes, rage power. Again, we are aware of what attack speed means. That's just not the conversation that's occurring. That is changeable, what I mean. Yes. Accurate. You seeking to clarify that? I just want to make sure that, like, the statement, the limiting factor is the rate at which you can attack, is pertaining to, like, the totality, is pertaining to the idea of since the arrow's travel speed cannot modify how fast the attack animation is. The attack animation is based off of the animation itself and then, like, your total attack speed. And I assume there are breakpoints in this game, similar like other games. I assume that there's, like, a maximum attack speed where you can no longer reduce the frames of it. I don't actually know if that's true, but that doesn't matter. I wasn't saying that your animation cannot be changed. I was stating that the travel speed of the arrow does not modify the animation length. So regardless of how fast the arrow gets there, attacking at the speed that you are is the limiting factor. Not that attack speed is limited, but that attack speed is the limiting factor. Also, I guess I'm just dead. There's another one over here. I must have gotten slowed or frozen. I don't really know what happened, I'll be honest with you. So I guess I go down here. Yep. I'm very upset that Geonor just killed us, I'll be honest with you. Yeah. Alright. Moving on with my life. So we have to get down there. The issue is that I think that this is the bottom of a chunk. And to travel, this is the closest one. There's 3 here. I don't really have another option, so... Oh, and that's like the other shitty part too. Like, you can't... Like... You failed this, so you can't go to the other nodes next to it. So you have to go a different way. I don't like that. But I guess I just have to go here, and then we just keep going. I don't know. Alright. Alright, Sif, you got me. I don't know how you got me that time when I'm stronger than I was before and I trounced you the first time, but, you know, that's just how it goes, apparently. What up, Silver Fox? When does Widow Hail fall off? What is Widow Hail? Have a good night, Rage.
Hello there.
bow? I don't know. I can look at the bow. But I do not know this bow. I have not played a bow-based class. I assume there's like a really good build guide on Maxroll that will probably detail like its use case, if it is like a meta thing to do.
Safe.
Widow Hail. A bow. When does it fall off? I assume, like, never, but it's strictly based off the quiver that you have? Right? Like, I assume there's an endgame build that uses this? Because I assume there's, like, an endgame quiver that you can have that would outscale the value from a bow? Anything that does something like this, I always just assume, like, is viable in an endgame build. Damn, there's so many types of quivers.
Feast on flesh.
But I do think that you, like, if you're willing to, you can do the math. So you take the value of it and you multiply that by the values on your quiver, and you ask the question whether or not the bow that you have equipped is stronger or weaker than that much value of your quiver. Because if you find like a super nasty bow that's just stronger than 2.5 times your quiver value, because part of the calculation is just that your quiver exists even if you're not using that bow. So is your quiver plus your bow stronger than 2.5 times your quiver? Because while Zelgrit says something like, it has to be corrupted to do this thing, especially if we're asking the question, when does it fall off? We're talking about somebody using a thing which is recommended, and they're trying to determine whether or not they have a stronger alternative, or they could be stronger. So whenever looking to, like, educate a person, the question always has to be asked, like, what gear does a person currently have, not just what gear is considered ideal. Because even having like a perfect version of that bow doesn't mean that you actually have a quiver that is strong enough where a different bow wouldn't be better. Yeah, but even having like a 300 doesn't actually mean that a quiver that they have would net them more value than a bow that they would have. That's why, sadly, the answer is very often you just kind of have to do the math. %50 increased damage is not worth 2 minion levels. I think I actually already have a Leer cast, right? I do. So 34, 33, 16. Well, I have a better one.
Hello.
Boop. 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 Why do I have this? Why do I own this item? Tomorrow 0.2 reveal? Yes. Hopefully I should be able to be home by then. I gotta go see my Grammy, because I couldn't go see my Grammy today. Been told math is hard. Math is hard. You want a Grammy? No, Grammy is the word for grandmother. My Grammy's awesome. If you meet my Grammy, she wants you to call her Grammy. My Grammy is everybody's Grammy. Hey, I'm only like exceptionally mad that I just died to Geonor, by the way.
Death is my power to wield.
Never heard of Grammy? As in the short form of grandmother? Yeah, I don't know. People definitely say granny, but granny... granny is less popular where I'm from. No, it's just people talk different. People just have different words to mean the same thing. Granny is a shorting. So the word is grandmother, right? So how do you shorten that? You can go with granny, which is shortening the grand part. So they are a person who is a grandmother. They are a granny. But grandmother can also become grandma, ma, mother, mother but grand, grand but mother. So the shortened version of a grand mother, Grammy. That is my, it is a shortened portmanteau. Actually, you can't call that a portmanteau. I don't know the linguistics behind it, other than some people say Grammy.
None can oppose me.
People also say granny. But granny became like a term that generally meant like old person because it's referring to a grandmother. But because it gained like that context, like calling someone a granny to mean like old, then becomes bad, so they want a different, cuter way to say it, but it still needs to be logical, so that's how you get to Grammy. That's maybe one of the explanations. And there's like a lot of other ones too, and it depends on what the parent language is, right? So like Nana, from Latin through Italian of nonna. Like, I have a Grammy and a Nana. Nana means great-grandmother, where I'm from, even though nonna is just grandmother. Grammy doesn't sound as good as Granny? That's wild. I think Grammy sounds, like, can only sound better than Granny. Granny is harsher, because the N sound is like a harder consonant than the M sound. M is like a very, very soft consonant sound. Ma, 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 as opposed to na, 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 na. Ma, 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 na, na, na. You got a Mimi? A Meemaw?
Speak. Hello.
I had me one of them there Meemaws.
What can I do for you?
Grandmother's passed away? That is sad. My Nana has passed away, but luckily my grandmother is alive. So we get to go see her. I mean, it could hit. Could still hit. All right, let's go for it.
Waiting.
Minions. Chaos Orb. Well, we tried.
Yes.
What up, back? How does enchanting work? Is it all random? Can you define what enchant means? The thing I was just doing? This is called crafting in this game, because in PoE1 you could actually craft stuff. Here you can't craft stuff. So basically, here's how it goes. Here's a magic item. Items can, in total, have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes, if they aren't a unique item. This currently has a prefix on it. It currently has 1 affix on it at all. Magic items can have 2 affixes on them. You can either turn a normal item into a magic item using this orb, or you can add another random magic affix to the item that it can have. I hit physical spells. So this now has a prefix and a suffix. Using this one, we'll take a magic item and turn it into a rare item, and we'll add 1 more random modifier to it. Bam. So I hit my 2nd suffix, and I still have 1 prefix. While there's a couple different things you could do here, mostly what you do is you can use an Exalted Orb. An Exalted Orb adds another affix to a rare item, and they're all random from the affixes that the item can have. So I could put 3 more into this. I can't impact the outcome. The only ways that I can impact the outcomes of what's happening, there are things called omens. Omens say that if it's in your inventory and activated, when I click this, it will either give it a suffix or it will give it a prefix, which helps me to, while there's like some like deep level stuff you can do here. Really what it lets me do for the majority of the time is just figure out whether or not an item is even worth to continue to dump resources into. Because every one of these items here is a currency, because the game is literally balanced off of the idea that you will trade and that all things in the game can be converted to a currency, which could then be converted into an item that you want. And basically, it's all about very slightly changing whether or not an item has been bricked. So right now, with the stats that this item rolled, we'll say that it's bricked. It's no longer worth my time. I could use this very rare orb to remove a random stat from it, a random affix from it. I could either get lucky or not, which might brick the item even further. Technically, nothing is bricked if you have enough currency. Until you use this thing. It's called a Val Orb. A Val Orb can do a lot of powerful things to an item. It can give it a new implicit stat. It can change the stats that you have. It can increase the stats that you have. But once you click this, it becomes corrupted, and you can no longer do anything to it. So this can either be used to take an item and make it very powerful, but no longer be able to be crafted on in any way. Or take perfect items with a chance of making them significantly stronger than they ever could be, or destroying them forever. In PoE1, there is more crafting where you can lock affixes so they won't be modified. You can make it so that the crafting will only apply to a particular type of modifier. There's a lot of different things that you can do. In PoE2, it's basically all RNG and minimizing how negatively impacted the item is from RNG. Did you memorize all the suffixes and prefixes, or does it say which is which? You just have to memorize them. Or look them up, obviously. But no, you just have to memorize them. Now, when you're looking at an item, though, you can see which ones are prefixes and which one are suffixes. So I know that increased spirit, which is a stat that I need, enhanced damage, which is a stat that I need, and then things like mana and more spirit are all prefixes. And then the suffixes that I need are, the only one that I really care about is plus to minion skills, but there's also like crit chance and enhanced life and all res and stuff like that. But yeah. So I have to go this way. How are minions in the end game? Basically the same as minions in Diablo 4. They are fine. The ability to target a specific enemy is very valuable, but their AI sucks in a lot of other ways. So basically, I think that if Diablo 4 currently had a way to just target an enemy, the experience of playing minions would be significantly better than it is in PoE. The flip side of it, though, is that the different identities of minions in PoE are significantly stronger and more relevant than they are in Diablo 4. Like, I'm using arsonists. Arsonists throw these little bombs. See how they're just not attacking for no reason? If you direct them to move in a direction, like if you go like move here, which is what I'm indicating, they just also won't attack things when they become attacked for like a very long time. But it's not consistent. They also get stuck a lot. Even though they fixed it so that they don't get stuck anymore, they just still do. But the big thing that PoE has on the minion experience is that their minions are actually different and actually do different things, and that matters. So these are arsonists. They throw little fire bombs. Because they're throwing projectiles, when I put up this firewall, when the projectiles pass through the firewall, they pick up flat fire damage. You can modify the damage types of minions. You can modify the interactions that the minions will have with other things in the environment. So once they figure out the AI of minions, minions in this game will be like significantly better. But then on the flip side, if Diablo 4 actually made it so that the minions that you picked like were like decidedly different in a meaningful way, other than just very minor utility functions, then it would probably come back up to even. But the biggest takeaway of playing minions in PoE is that Diablo 4 just needs a way to target minions. The cool part about minions is kind of similar to Diablo 4. It's actually like very powerful to level on minions because they're like out of the box strong. And they synergize pretty well with the typical stuff that you'd want to be doing on a build anyways. And the strongest endgame build for minions is fairly strong. But it's nowhere near the strength of like any of the competitive builds for the meta. You saw Chronomancy and made you think of Brennan. Is that the strongest magic? It is not, no. But it is cool. Have a good one, Rage. Regional slang? Yeah, it's all regional. Like Meemaw, calling your grandparents like Meemaw or Mammy is like a very kind of like Appalachian thing. So the Appalachian Mountains in the United States, which are like as close as you get to like hill people. It's just like significantly more rural, but not southern. Which I realize that like if you don't live here in the United States, the difference between those two things doesn't necessarily make sense. Rural people tend to align more with southern people than like northerners or like more urban people, but they also tend to be a lot more like just stay out of my business type people. So you get a lot of libertarianism in there, but what you also get is just like a bit more reasonability when it comes to just like respecting the fact that we live in a society where people are different, but not a huge amount. When you're thinking of Appalachia and like the general themes of like culture that come along with it, one of the really important things to remember is that in the United States there is a state by the name of Virginia, and there is a state by the name of West Virginia. Both Virginia and West Virginia are in the northern part of the country. West Virginia fought on the side of freeing the slaves in the Civil War. So like that exists in Appalachia. That's where you get stuff like Meemaw. I don't know where else they say Meemaw though. Means that don't attack that new type of minion. It's hot off the presses. It's that new goodness.
Feast on flesh.
California has a lot of regional slang. Oh yeah, that makes sense, right? How much of California is what we took from Mexico? I don't remember. Originally from Tennessee, Meemaw was very common. Now, this is going to sound stupid. Is Tennessee Midwest or is Tennessee Southern? I don't know geography. I know it sounds stupid to say, I just don't. Oh, it's kind of in the middle, huh? It's definitely more southern. I mean, you can't be next to Mississippi and Alabama and not be southern. But it's closer up here. But nah, it's very southern. But but see, Appalachian Mountains go through Tennessee. They actually end in Alabama. So the Appalachian Mountains are down into Georgia, Alabama, Nashville, North Carolina, a little bit, Virginia. West Virginia is just Appalachia. Kentucky, Pennsylvania, a little bit of Maryland, up into New York, up into Massachusetts, Connecticut, Vermont, Maine, and then actually up into Canada. I did not know that. Oh, that's just this whole section. Well, that must have been like whenever this plate went under another plate before it left Pangea. Because the Appalachian Mountains are very, very old, right? From the island of Newfoundland, central Alabama. Precambrian era. 1 billion years ago. Continents of Laurentia and Amazonia collided. Yes. Rodinia. Let's see Rodinia. Damn, dude. Appalachian Mountains are 1 billion years old. Silly Mac, don't you know that the Earth is flat? You're so right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everybody I failed. I didn't mean to be a failure.
What is it? What can I do for you?
California, which I'm looking forward to going to BlizzCon again. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Can I hit Fire Res on this? But California kind of sucks. I kind of really don't like California. I did not really like Anaheim. They're older than the rings of Saturn and sharks? Holy. Chaos Res. Cold Res is fine. Chaos Res. Lightning Res is also pretty good. Gosh dang it. And I don't have another one of these. So I really can't just drop 20 Chaos Res, but like this shield is like significantly stronger than my current shield. Very stronger. A lot very stronger. Chaos Res. Nope. Alright, well, now you go here. For me to never craft on ever again.
Greetings.
What do I not like about California that I don't like? So one, climate for sure. That sucked. It is the driest. Now, it was also in a drought. So, you know, he gets that pass. It was the driest place I've ever been. It was so dry that we seriously thought that we were contracting COVID. We legit thought, oh shit, did we contract COVID and did we just become a super spreader at BlizzCon? Because our throat started hurting, we were dehydrated, you know, we started developing like a cough, just feeling like fatigue and bad. And then like I woke up one day and my eyes were gritty in a way like my eyes are bloodshot. My left eye, this eye right here, has been bloodshot. I'm not joking, y'all. At least 6 years. No matter how much screen time I take away, no matter how much I moisturize, no matter what, I wake up and it's already irritated.
Another corpse to serve me.
I woke up with my eyes feeling like somebody had legitimately just poured sand in them while I was sleeping and said, you deal with that. And I was like, wowee, this is not good. But then I was thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. What's the humidity here? Because I'm from the fucking ocean. I live on the ocean. I live on the coast. Boston is a coastal town. And I was like, Google, show me a picture of the humidity. And it was like 0. It's like, what do you mean 0? What does 0 mean in this context? And then I realized that there was no water in the air. They didn't import air water or whatever, which I thought was a weird kind of, you know, take on the whole thing. So I was like, oh, we are just hyper dehydrated. Oh. Okay. And then we had to start moisturizing and over consuming water. And that sucked. Here's the second thing I didn't like about Anaheim. Let's talk about fucking Anaheim. First off, the Blizzard campus is incredibly beautiful and wonderful. One of the coolest places I've ever been to. Maybe I will be able to visit it again. That would be cool. You know, let me know what I gotta do, Adam. But there's a thing about California, at least in SoCal, where like they take jaywalking very seriously. And I didn't get the memo. I'm not really a big fan of In-N-Out, to be honest. I've been to In-N-Out a bunch of different times. Not a big fan.
I can create better.
But they are, like, we would get to an intersection and I would start walking because no cars were coming. And they stopped me. They were like, hey, don't do that. And I was like, don't do what? What am I not doing? Walking? And they're like, yeah, no, you have to wait for walk signals. You will get pulled over. You will get a ticket. I was just like, for what? What am I getting a ticket for? Because you have to understand, while technically speaking, it is an infraction to walk across the street without
From fate.
a walk signal in the state of Massachusetts. It is not enforced. Nobody enforces it. Everybody expects you to walk very aggressively across the street so that you don't waste anybody's
I
time.
think not.
It is the expectation that you will very quickly walk across the street, if you can make it, in Boston. Just full stop. The expectation is that you will do it and that you should do it, and that if you don't do it, you're wasting everybody's time. So when I went to go cross the street, and a pile of grown adults looked at me and went, oh, no, don't do that. I was just like, whoa. To what end? Why am I not doing this? They're like, well, because you'll get a violation. I was just like, fucking, who's gonna come? Who's gonna give me this violation? Are they in the room with us right now? So that was a pretty big cultural shock. I was just like, but por qué? Por qué
What can I
big?
do for you?
Por qué no vámonos? So that was a big thing for me. I was just like, hello? Hello? Ooh, big. That's big. That's a big one. Is it big enough, though, where I care about it? That's the question. Because I would have to get a lot more quality. I'll put it off to the side. We'll put this in the pile. Oh, I have to remember that I have gear that's like waiting on exalts. Increased chaos damage, critical hit for spells, increased energy shield recharge rate, offering skills have increased duration. None of that helps me, but I appreciate the offer. 17% increased maximum energy shield is like kind of good enough, right? What do you got? Increase energy shield. I have another one, right? I have 2 gems equipped. I definitely have 2. Where's, oh, here's the other one. People get hit all the time. That's crazy. I don't know how. Like, it's seen as rude out here. Like, unless you have you know, a carriage. Like, unless you have like a child, it is seen as rude out here. Or obviously like a disability, right? Unless you have a requirement to click the button to be able to safely cross the street, it is seen as rude out here to click the cross signal.
The spirit's young. You cannot stop me. Cut down.
That doesn't make me right, but a little bit it does. But a little bit it does.
Yes. Hello.
Kinda good. Not as kinda good as mine. Kinda good.
Hello.
Kinda good. Alright, I have enough to craft. Which one would be the biggest increase? Our armor sucks. So, making better armor would be great. Our armor is actually kind of okay. But it could be a lot better. Our... boots are pretty good. Our helmet is definitely the worst. So let's roll on helmet. Dead. Garbage, never existed. Boots? Dead. Never existed. We love that.
Hello.
Oh, how am I going to get down there? Oh, it's across water. Homie. as a member of a bike cult? Sure. I also just assume it's different in Denmark than it is here in Boston, Massachusetts. I have a police officer has never even like indicated in my direction while I've jaywalked. They've never even been like, come on. They just assume you're gonna run across the road, and that's just what everybody does. And if you're not doing it, you're rude. So not a fan of the Atlas? Oh, hey, I'll go ahead and say it. I think it's shitty. I think there's a cool idea in here, and they need to iterate on it.
Another corpse to serve me.
I think it's not good. I think I'm having a bad time interacting with it. How long does it take to explore the whole map? The map is infinite and procedurally generated. It is unique to you. You cannot explore all of it. But the issue with it is the mechanics from this season. So PoE is a game about making a mechanic for a season, which is added to the game forever. So this is a Necropolis map. This Necropolis map has a boss on it. That's the left indicator. And the right thing is called Ritual. Ritual is a league. They call it content, and they call it league, and they call it mechanics. But it is a thing which you can do inside of the map. Ritual is throughout the map that you run through, there will be 4 little beacons that you click, that when you do, you have to fight a bunch of monsters within a small area around them. And when you're done with that, you get a currency that only exists in that map, where you can buy items that are available in the map to buy with that currency. Cool idea. But as you can see, if I only like doing Ritual, I have to do content that I don't want to do to get to the Ritual. So this is a Ritual map. 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 This map also has a boss in it. It also has Breach in it, which is a different league. And then it's also just Corrupted, which just means it's +1 area level. And if all I'm good at doing is Ritual to be able to maximize the benefits of Ritual, I just have to do a bunch of content to find Ritual within an area. Now, these things, these towers, these, Breath of the Wild, Far Cry towers here, when you do them, it unlocks this area of influence, where if I were to take one of these books, and these books are random drops, there are like ritual books. So like I can find a book that says we'll add rituals to maps that aren't completed yet in the area around the tower. And I can juice this, so like it's an item like any other item. I can modify it. This is a thing that PoE does really good. Here we go. Can you make them rare? You cannot. So I can make a tablet that really increases the value of doing ritual, and will add rituals to nodes around this tower to increase how often I can do ritual. If I really want to focus in on it. On top of that, how do I open up? What is it? Not M. How do I open up my fucking F, G, H, L, K, L, Z,
Feast on flesh.
C. Nope. 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 Which one is it? How do I open up my passive? My Atlas passive? It's not Control G. Alt G? Nope. Shift G? Nope. Control U. There we go. This is called the Atlas passive tree. In the Atlas passive tree, you will get a certain number of points that you can put into it that will change the interactions that you have with certain content types. And this is what people generally ask for Diablo 4, which is the ability to build into, like, which one of these is this is Breach, this is Expedition. That's just bosses in general. That's Delirium. This is Ritual. What the fuck is that? What is Crux of Nothingness? Skills from ritual altars in your map do bonus damage, but also when you interact with this mechanic, you can do other stuff and things like that. Like, you can engage with certain content and make that content more valuable for you to do. This is the problem. How I felt too overwhelmed to get into it. Yes. My best strategy has just been mostly not caring about a thing until I see it and it's interesting. But here, I can like show you Ritual. These waystones, they're like dungeon keys, except you can modify them and make them very strong. So I could like turn it into a rare version of it and then add on 3 more modifiers, which will both increase the value of stuff that I get from it while also making things harder. So yes, Spectre, 100%. Being able to craft it. Yeah, so the major thing that a lot of people who play ARPGs at this point have found out that maps, in general, the concept of maps is very cool. Because people don't really want to run through the same campaign areas that they've already run through a million times. But they would like to keep the, what the fuck? But they would like to keep the value that they've gained from mastering different areas and learning about them. So mapping is a way to do that while having it be, like, valuable. So, like, I think the best mod of Diablo 2 is Project Diablo 2. In Project Diablo 2, you can run maps. The maps are specialized areas that you can juice up to get a buck ton of rewards, but makes it significantly harder. So the game is able to scale further beyond the base systems that get you the initial power. One of the issues with Diablo 4 right now is that getting stronger doesn't let you do anything meaningfully different. And it could if there are ways of opting into greater difficulty for greater reward. which is generally the idea of the Atlas passive tree, or the Atlas map.
All part of my plan.
And that's generally what people are referring to. You thought that... So the only issue, though, is that the Undercity was very specifically sold as a progression system for unlocking gear that you need to be able to go do other stuff. That doesn't mean they can't do that. The issue, though, is that the content itself like the content itself is just like not hard or interesting. It has mechanics, which I think are cool, and you do them, but it stops getting harder. And then once you trivialize it, it's nothing. Since it's a content type that's short, I think it's okay for it to continue to be the, like, get in, check your route, try to run through and keep the timer up while unlocking enough stuff. I think Undercity would be cool to be able to continue to scale on, but it wasn't sold to us as, like, actually scalable, like, challenging content. The other issue being that Diablo 4, the combat of Diablo 4 has gotten to the point where it can't be challenging unless you are under-geared for what you're doing. At which point, at that point, player skill can make a difference. But because we are unkillable, or at least on the Necromancer we're unkillable, it's really just a DPS check. So this is Ritual. You click this thing, there are bad people here, it's going to spawn these little things on the outside that if I stand next to these purple things, I'll explode. You just kind of can't see anything on the screen because everything is just an absolute clusterfuck. And then you can only see monsters when you've dealt damage to them because then they have a health bar. And I did it. I completed it. What that means is I get to click here and I can see stuff that I could buy. I got 470 tribute. I could re-roll the items. I can check out all the items in here to see if I want anything. This is something I deferred, so I'm going to buy this by doing more tribute. Deferring an item is you can spend some of the money to say, hey, I want to see this later on. It's not a 100% chance that you'll actually see it in the next map that you do, but deferred items kind of like sit in a bank where you will eventually see them. And what you can get from Ritual is a bit of a crapshoot. Because it is just random items, but you might find like a really good base item to craft on. You might just find crafting materials, like the thing that I'm finding is just a crafting material. Okay, I'm just going to buy this. Boop. That's my first one of these I've ever had. And then doing more rituals will show me more of the things that have unlocked. So I'll just keep going through and doing those. Now, one of my issues is that while PoE is sold as like having like a lot of different content, a lot of it literally just boils down to killing monsters, but in different circles. There is some like truly unique content. Like in PoE 1, there's something called Heist, which is truly unique. It's not really about killing all the monsters. It's quite literally about not getting caught and getting out with the most stuff. So what makes your build good at killing monsters doesn't necessarily make you good at Heist and vice versa, which I think is very cool. There was also Delve, which is basically like it's a roguelike experience where you're trying to go deeper and deeper, and the deeper that you go, the things get harder. And because PoE is kind of okay with monsters just killing you, harder does mean like a number of overlapping affixes on the monster where you just, your build just cannot kill it. Which is pretty cool. And you have to follow along with this minecart, and the minecart like travels through areas of darkness. And if you stand in the darkness, you start losing health at a very fast rate. And you have like flares you can throw to decrease how much darkness is in an area. I really like Delve. I really like the concept of Delve. So I don't really care about anything here. I have tribute. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to re-roll what's in here. Oh, there's so much stuff now. I'll go do the last ritual. And maybe I'll be able to buy something, or maybe I'll defer it for later. Like, Delve was a very, very cool concept.
Another corpse to serve me.
Something you don't like, you're collecting a lot of data. I am. Yeah, you know, it's not particularly valuable for me if I just go, I don't like this thing, also goodbye. Like, you know, if we were to talk very honestly here, right? I am a content creator. That's my primary job. I would like to be able to continue to be able to both make money and enjoy streaming when, like, Diablo 4 doesn't have a lot going on. So I kind of need to find reasons to play the other ARPGs, because that's what people will mostly watch me for. If I just hate a thing outright, I won't force myself to do it, right? That would be kind of insane. But I like a lot of things about this game. Oh, I hit the thing I wanted to hit. Well, okay, we gotta figure that out. But I like a lot of things about this game, and I'd like to be able to enjoy playing this game. So to that end, I need to find things to like about this game, because I'm going to be playing it a lot. And if my opinion is just, I don't like it, and I can't really explain that or really like give any insight about it, nobody's really going to care about me, like, watching me play this game in the first place. So if I can find a way to not only enjoy playing this game, but also be valuable in playing this game, then that's better for me.
What can I do for you?
If it turns out like I just can never find anything, I just won't play, and I'll just lose out on the opportunity to also get to be able to participate in this community, which is like sucks, but is also kind of fine, right? But if I can share an experience that's valuable and articulate my experience with that thing,
It's not on our side.
and have any impact like I have in the spheres that I already have a relevance, like Diablo, then also there's a universe where people who are like me, who maybe do have a barrier to entry to this game, would then have a voice that's, you know, speaking from their perspective as well. Hey, I want to love your game. Here are the things that stop me. Okay, so let's look at these two things. I'm going to get a lot more energy shield by putting in stuff. It is significantly more spirit, so we get to get our priest back. Huge. It is Less life, which sucks. More light res, so it's -6, which is fine. And then +12, which is good. So we're going to cap light res. I just have to swap over strength from intelligence.
Feast on flesh.
So I can't currently wear this. So I need to do this.
Yes.
I'm must keep calculating.
Okay. Right, I go from having less intelligence, which would have been... So I come out with slightly less intelligence than I have right now. Less strength than I have now, which is an important thing to keep in mind. I end up with 58 more spirit, which is big. I need to increase my energy shield. That's fine. I can do that right now. Yeah. I can do that right now. What are these called? Iron runes? Do I want iron runes still? I do. And then quality.
Feast on flesh.
So we come out with less energy shield, which is a bummer. Less armor, but we don't care about that. So I come out with 2300 shield, 1500 life, 1300 mana, 58 more spirit. Versus... Fuck, that's so much shield. 1528 less mana. But I've now capped res, those two. It's rough. I think I have to vol it for it to be better. What up, Rudy? I think I actually have to, like, hit something good on a Vol Orb to make this worth using over this. Because here's my problem. I get one more minion. Technically, I get two more minions. But I lose out on 500 energy shield. Fuck. So I have to Val Orb this? It is one more minion. It's a skeletal priest. So it's a priest and an arsonist. So it's basically 1 out of 8 is 14.5. It's a 14.5% DPS increase. 14.5% DPS increase plus the priest, which is some amount of increase that's a little bit hard to calculate. Okay, let me... Fuck. Hold on, I gotta write this down. So, new versus old. So new one is +1 Arsonist. Priest, which is like a fairly significant increase in damage, right? $1,563.
Feast on flesh.
You know, about the same amount of strength. 1,563. That seems. How is that possible? $1,606. There we go. So it is. Hello. I love you. So this is 53 life. 500 energy shield. Capped light. 69% light. Better damage output. Better survivability on my minions, which is better damage output. Capped resistances. Minus 500 energy shield. Minus life.
Time to consume.
Oh, and I actually don't have... Oh. Well, I would swap out the stats. Okay. I think I have to Valor this for it to be good. So what is a corrupted enchantment? What is a corrupted enchantment? I just have to val this. I just have to. Well, well, everybody. Everybody. I would argue 500 energy shield is more important than the additional arsonist. Is that valid? I think so. So then I should val this for a chance for it to be great. If I hit it and it's great, I can val my other chess piece. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what I learned from that. So, we val this. You can't when it's equipped. Okay. It's already fully qualitied. There's nothing else I can do to it. So it's 28 versus 24. So now it's only 400 energy shield. Hitting an extra socket's pretty cool. Now it's only 400 energy shield and an extra arsonist and capping my res and a priest. That's pretty good. So do we val this? Am I ever going back to this? Sure, right? Like, what's the downside? Nothing happened? I probably should have hit this bad boy up, huh? Okay, so now we're here. So now I need my priest. And I think I dropped Blink off the build because I'm just like really not using it. Can I put something else in here as well? Do I have cooldown? What's the one that gives like cooldown? Is it ingenuity? Does ingenuity work on you? Does this have a cooldown? It does. All right, cool. Oh no, I don't want that one. That one's bad. I want the other one. There we go. There we go. We officially have our priest back. Let's go. Ian McClellan and Patrick Stewart are confirmed to be in Avengers Doomsday? Patrick Stewart, Ian McClellan, Alan Cumming, Rebecca Romijn, James Marsden to appear in Avengers Doomsday. The ensemble superhero movie will be released. Oh yeah, because like doesn't Disney now own the rights to like all of it? Like they bought out Sony. That's how we actually got Wolverine in what's it called? In Deadpool. U.S. agent. It's Marvel, Thor. Sebastian Stan, but he's not. He's not playing who you think he is. I love Dave Harbour as Alexei Shostakov. Ant-Man. Got Doc Strange in the biz. You got the big green man. Aquafina's in the movie. Fucking let's go. Benedict Wong looks like a cool dude. I don't know who that is, but he looks like a cool dude. He looks like he knows what's going on. Oh, I'm doing a ritual. I can only imagine how absolutely garbage this looks on stream. Do I care about any of these things? Yeah, that's 4 out of 4, right? All right. So we'll re-roll. Wait. I already did it one time. Rip. Oh, give me this, I guess. And none of the rest of this is cool. I'll just buy this. Bang. Rip. All right. Oh, there was a bad guy.
I will put you down.
So we have better capped res. A little bit of wiggle room on lightning if we need it. We have an extra arsonist. We finally have our man back. We're finally unionized again, which is arguably the most important bit out of all of this. Benedict Wong is Wong. Oh. I guess I've only ever seen him bald? Huh.
Go on. Greetings.
Oh. Nah, who fucking cares? All right, so that continues to connect. Yeah, I think we can reason. What time is it? It's only 6? Huge. I think we're gonna reasonably get there. Get our second attempt. Have a good night, Morton.
Remnants of a dead empire. Death is my power to wield.
Imagine if I didn't have to care about spirit on my armor. How chill that would be.
I can create better.
Now here's a question. Here's a question for chat. That little Tetris we just had to do for stats on my character. Do we think that increases the experience of playing the game or decreases it?
Another corpse to serve me.
Do we think it's ultimately a good thing or a bad thing? You like it? What is it that you specifically like about it? If you can articulate it. Is a deeper understanding of the systems. Because I like the thing. Because this is basically like what you do with rare items in Diablo 2, right? Rare items will often be the best items in the game unless the unique gives stats that like cannot be gained otherwise, which is why I really liked crafting in PD2 originally, because it was allowing you to get stats on crafted gear you otherwise couldn't get. Meaning that you could take cracks at creating significantly stronger items more often that could actually compete because they could get the stats that you needed, that you otherwise would have to get through rune words or unique items, which are ultimately just rune words with more steps. The thing that sucks about comparing two rare items together, though, is that one, since they need to have a lot of the same overlapping stats, and when all your gear is based off of rare items, mostly, that means that you need to be able to get the same stats from multiple sources. So like if my gloves are fixing my fire res, for example, and I get gloves that are 8 times stronger, if they don't also fix my fire res, I can't use them until I either find an equal item in the same slot, which does the same thing but does fix my fire res, or I find a rare item in a different slot that I'm not looking to upgrade, but happens to have the side grade of the resistance. So it makes upgrading from a rare item next to impossible. Like, how many fully exalt slammed rare armors have I just thrown in the garbage because they missed a single stat, even though all the other stats were good? The answer has to be hundreds at this point, right? I probably like do like 10 a stream of just a chess piece. Now, I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. You know, it's cool that items can offer alternatives. Like, oh, this would be my survivability option, this would be my damage option. But right there, I was picking between... I guess I was technically picking between damage and survivability. But the moment that you walk, like, outside of just that interaction of just comparing those two pieces of gear... Like, also, I've just given up mobility entirely on the build to be able to fit things on, because I just can't fit in... I don't have enough skill slots. But I wonder... I wonder... on a cosmic scale, how good that... Because, like, as every piece of gear gets more nichely specific to answering a question for the build, your ability to move away from that piece of gear gets harder and harder. Not because you're not finding good gear, but because you literally can't survive without the stats from the gear that you already have. And it's like, how good is that? Need more crafting systems to alleviate some of the issues, but right now it feels bad. That's generally how I'm feeling. I just don't know how it plays out in PoE 1. What specs is my computer running? So I have an NVIDIA GTX 4070 Ti. Or I'm sorry. Is it 4070 Ti? Hold on. What is an NVIDIA spec? Is Ti one of them? Yes. I have the 4070 Ti. I run an Intel i7 14 something KF. i7 14 something KF. A 4070 Ti. I have 64 gigs of RAM. I have... Those are the only things that really kind of matter, right? I have it installed on an SSD. I don't run... My peripherals are a sound mixer, like a virtual audio mixer, OBS, and I stream to 2 different platforms. That is my rig. It's I find it very interesting that in Diablo 4 they're like, we want less bad loot to drop so that you're not like sifting through a bunch of bad loot. And PoE is like, hold my beer. I'm about to drop you a lot of bad loot. And you're going to have to sift through all of it. And that's all you're going to do is just sift through bad loot. But it's because this one allows for crafting that I think it gets applauded more. Sorry. Because I have no problem sifting through rare items all day. That was the most exciting part about Diablo 2. But the moment that I'm like gated from becoming more powerful, not because I haven't put in the time, but because quite literally I haven't found a regular item with stats, starts to feel bad. So more ways that you could minimize RNG for crafting without having to be obscenely rich, the better I feel like the game would feel. Because being insanely rich will still allow you to be able to take an item, get the stats that you want, and then 20 out of 20 quality and vol it. Like, that's what the insanely rich will get to do. Pretty strict filter and you still see too much junk. What are the chances that 0.2 launches and energy shield is still the only way of building survivability? Craft 100 plus quarter stabs and you ended up just buying one. Also, does this map have like monsters don't care? monsters laugh in the face of fire damage? Is that what's happening? Wait, what? I don't know what it is about stairs not... There's something about stairs that, like, don't highlight efficiently enough in these things. I've also been sitting down for 4 hours, so I do need to take a break. Let's see the map. Okay, so we have a connection here. It's very close to over here. Have we unlocked any other ones? Can we see? No. So we keep traveling this way. Boop, 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 boop. This doesn't look like it has a connection, so I'll get to here and I'll see how I can get down to over here. I better be able to get to this fucking citadel or I will uninstall this game and never play it again. I'm gonna be a real feisty bitch if I can't get to this. Also, look at this map. Damn. All right, I will be right back. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate y'all. And before it's an island, don't you put that negative energy on me. And thank you for the likes on the YouTube stream. I appreciate y'all. All right, I will be back in just a few minutes. What the F? Sorry, I didn't mean to crunch in your ear.
A lovely creature. Ugh, vile flower. Death is my power to wield.
That's nice. You know I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna be like, click.
I am the apex.
Look at that, baby. Divine Orb. We're fucking rich, baby.
None can oppose.
No splinters. Pretty cool.
A lovely creature.
Map complete.
I think not.
Oh no, wait, I wanted to save up. Oh no. Well, too late.
Speak. Greetings. Greetings. Yes. I'll be here. Wait.
I want to finish the ritual. At least.
A beautiful murder. Death, take you.
Oof. That combination of things is not much appreciated by my computer. Damn, dude. Not a lot of life. Alright, where's the other? There it is. Oofa doofa. A skill gem? Crazy work. A Val orb? We like Val orbs. Hell yeah, Val orb later. Me, I'm a big fan of Val orb later.
What can I do for you?
Very good.
Time is not on our side.
Maybe in 0.2, I'll just get really, really into ritual. Also, I think I'm going to just start running tier 1 maps. I think at this point, my gear will be about as good as it's going to get. And I just need to be like I just need to get there. I died to the first one as a fluke. I wasn't paying enough attention, I guess.
Another corpse to serve me.
Getting regal shards, that's all you need, baby.
It's about time.
You can get quality on charms? There's charm quality? What does it increase? Oh, the length of time that the duration? How have I never seen charm quality before? That seems wild. I have a 14 quality ruby charm. More increase. Dude, look at this fucking charm, dude. Huge charm. Run in tier 2 maps. Run in tier 2 maps. If you're just like me, then run a tier 2 map. Run a tier 2 map. Cause you don't care about maps anymore. Run a tier 2 map.
A beautiful murder.
Level am I? I'm level 90. I'm gonna punk this Arbiter. I just need Geonor to not one-shot me like a lunatic. I got 6 attempts to kill this guy. I'm gonna rock him. I'm gonna rock 'em, sock 'em robots. Still getting orbs of augmentation, still getting Augies over here. That's all I need, baby. You know, people think that you need all these omens, you need all these exalts. You don't need all that to be upset about the item not having good enough stats to craft on. You just need 2 blue orbs and a little regal boy. That's all you need. Big brain plays here.
I will put you down.
I think we're getting a new mechanic. Oh, I think they have to. Right? I'm gonna pick a class I haven't played before. And a content type. And just do that. I'm gonna actually trade. I'm gonna sell off all my crap. Just sell all of it. I'm gonna have dumb money. I hate these. I hate these with my whole heart. I hate this map. Essence and Breach.
It's about time.
Well, they also said that they were intending to make it so that Breach wasn't like the only good thing worth doing, right? That was their last talk. Also, it looks like Gazzy and DM are going to have them on for an interview again. That's pretty huge. How many monsters are in this map? You're one of the sneak peeks? That's huge, dude. Congratulations. No, you're one of the sneak peeks now, forever. How big is this map? Why is this map so big?
Death is my power to
And
wield.
fucking checkpoints are in this map. Waystone level 2, huge.
You should observe me.
An exalted orb from my tier 3 map. Crazy work.
Speak. Hello.
Pretty good. Plus 2 charm slots. I didn't know that was an option. Did y'all know that was an option? This belt has 3 charm slots. Bro, I'm seeing so much shit I've never seen before.
Hello. Time is not on our side.
Am I doing Last Epoch? When is oh, Last Epoch is the 2 weeks after? What is it, like the 16th, whatever? I'd like to play Last Epoch, for sure. I like their crafting. I hate that skill tree, dude. It's like... what if it was like a weird circle that's hard to follow? Okay, does that make it better than a tree? It's a tree, but it's in a weird circle and it's hard to look at it. Okay, you just want this to be like less accessible by people who are like, whose brains just don't work this way? Yes. You can respec, but you're never quite sure what the downside of it will be. And each skill has experience in the skill. Do you lose all of it? Do you only lose some of it? If you respec a skill, are you now completely functionally useless? Who knows? I leave that Friday for vacation crying face. Homie, you're going on vacation. What are you sad about? Where are you going? Harry? Man, fuck you. Call me back when I should feel bad. I'm gonna be croissant fat. You know how some people are called slim thick? I'm gonna be called croissant fat. That's where I'm gonna be. I'm gonna have 100 folds of butter in me every day. Is that man's name Gunt Rattles? It wasn't Gunt, right? That seems wrong. Foul Bellow the Widowmaker. Imagine being an animal known as the Widowmaker. That's a lot. I would love to be fat on croissants.
Go on.
Hi,
What can I do?
I'm fat on croissants. You might know me from a little known film by the name of Catch Me If You Can.
Dying is not on our side.
Okay, how do I get over here? You better have a fucking connection point, I swear to God. There's a secret down there. If this doesn't connect... Ooh. Oh, also, wow. Talk about boys. Tier 1 map. Have I played Iconoclasts? I have not. What is Iconoclasts? Ugh. I'm so glad I'm running this on one. My Valorb! My Valorb! My Valorb! I gotta defer that. My Valorb! I have to defer my Valorb. Ichor kill. He kills with Ichor.
You should have served me.
2D Metroidvania. I kind of like... I don't dislike Metroidvanias. The only one I've legitimately enjoyed playing is Hollow Knight, though. Like, I don't actually like Metroid at all. I didn't really play any of, like, the Metroidvania Castlevanias. Like Symphony of the Night. I never played that. I watched my buddy play it, but that's not really the same thing. Bring back Puke Wolf and Wind Drool. Why are we so afraid of Puke Wolf and Wind Drool? What are they hiding? Lace Hood. There's nothing here. I will be deferring this. Wait, can I just buy this? Wait. How much will this be? 1,600? Might get up to 1,600. Ace. Ooh. Then I'll just buy it. Puke Wolf and Wind Drool just need to be brought back. Why are these games so terrified of being honest with themselves? This woke fucking propaganda. You know what's the best part about shitty, bigoted white people appropriating the term woke to mean not white Christian ideology? Do you know what's the best part about that? Because there is an upside. Like, other than like Black American culture losing out on one of its ways of being able to properly describe like an ideology that they were hoping that their people would strive for, which is obviously bad. But the good part about it is that if someone unironically says woke at you, you know you no longer have to talk to that person because talking to that person will not actually accomplish anything. And it's a pretty cool little like barometer. It's even funnier when someone doesn't say it like in a hot temper. It's when they casually say it where you're like, oh, you're bad at thinking. Oh no. Oh, okay, cool.
It's about time.
Nah, I mean, like, it sucks that you're bad at thinking. I wish you were good at thinking and then you'd be more valuable to society, but you're just bad at thinking, so I don't really have to worry about this so much, huh? Like way of saying stupid? Well, it's like straight up like not even, so I don't know, it depends on how we're using the term stupid, right? It's not even just like an intelligence thing. It's just like whether or not the person has ever actually engaged their own mind for the purposes of being able to like differentiate, digest, and understand like information outside of like a narrative force fed to them. Which I guess you could like call somebody like that stupid for sure, but like I don't mean like somebody incapable of thought, like not likenable to a disability. I mean straight up is choosing to not be good at thinking about stuff. Like choosing to not think about things would be like a more accurate. But it's just, it's like such a powerful, it's so powerful. Like just knowing straight up like, oh snap, I do not have to spend time and energy on this is like pretty cool. That's just mighty kind of them, you know? It's like, hey, do you want to save a lot of time and effort? I'm like, oh dude, I actually do. There's this absolute little fucking parrot on Twitter that likes just having conniptions at me, which is very fun, because it's like, oh, all of a sudden we're in a place. And it would be Malice. Oh. Hold on, wait a minute. We have 2 prefixes to hit. That's a good one. I mean, that's nothing, but... Oof. Oof. It's losing out on a lot of spirit. Take 1 chaos to it, just kind of see what happens. It was close. It was almost a thing.
What can I do?
No use crying over spilt milk. See, you're so unlikely for it to go anywhere after that. You don't know it at first. But like, you're taught very quickly like, hey, just don't worry about that. That just doesn't exist. It's not real anymore. Well, that is kind of cool. Ooh, we're hitting a mountain range down here? What's going on? We are. Oh, but it crosses. Okay. Okay. Go, 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 go. I want to fight the Arbiter tonight. Lack of empathy is definitely a part of it. But Elon got roasted by Assassin's Creed, like Ubisoft, the company, on their official Twitter account, because he's trying to shit on Hasanabi, because Grimes one time went on Hasanabi's podcast and like complimented his physique. And ever since then, Elon never let it go, because Elon is a very small man who's also like a sociopath, right? No empathy, cannot handle the fact that people cannot like him. Just all like very clear in how he handles himself. And Hasanabi got sponsored to stream it. And Elon is like, clearly this game sucks and this man is just a shill. Shilling for an objectively bad video game. Because his buddy fucking Grums, you know, that absolute fucking loser on the internet, is like, just, if there's a person who isn't a white man on the box art, it's woke garbage nonsense and it must be put down, you know, because parrots can only repeat what they've heard. And Assassin's Creed came out and tweeted, sorry, is that like the same thing where you bought people to pilot an account for you in Path of Exile 2? Which is peak. It's so peak. And I obviously reposted it because it's just the best thing. It's such an important part of the history of Elon Musk that like we need to remember that Ubisoft's official Assassin's Creed Twitter account roasted him on his own platform about a thing he had to admit he did because gamers realized that he's an absolute fucking liar. Which is so beautiful and good. And when I repost it, this absolute lunatic is just like, defend the fact that it's a game about a black man killing Asians. And I'm like, fucking... What journey did we just go on? Yeah, it's Assassin's Creed. It's a game where fictional people kill fictional people. What are you going for, you absolute fucking goon? You Canada Goose looking ass motherfucker. At which point he told me that I have the woke mind virus and that it will be defeated. So now it's woke to not care that in Assassin's Creed, a historically accurate black figure in Japanese history is participating in violence in Japan. That's now woke. Hold on. Hold on. What does woke mean then? The true kindness, thank you very much for the follow. Is that what the guy you played to be PoE told you? Yeah, that's what it's so good. Shoutouts to Ubisoft. I'm sorry if y'all go under, but that was absolutely worth it. But can someone explain to me how it's now woke to, quote, support a black character killing Japanese characters? How is that now the woke thing?
None can oppose me.
Do we remember like what you all make fun of woke being? Because it's non-white people playing the Little Mermaid. That's, you gotta remember, that's what you were mocking woke for. Pushing the agenda of having not a paled skin Ariel in a live action Disney cover of their own animated film. You just gotta keep the narrative consistent, you know? Else the word starts losing all meaning. You know, people got on this little tirade of don't call everything fascism because it's not all fascism. Sadly, everything they're doing is in the playbook of fascist authoritarian regimes. So the word keeps making sense because it's properly defining what they're doing. It can't be that woke is I don't care that this black character is killing a Japanese character. That can't be woke, right? If you don't want Germany to say, hey, that's Hitler shit, don't do Hitler shit. It's really that simple. If you don't want Germany to go, oh, hey, whoa, wowie. You sure about that? It's not disavowing the violence in an Assassin's Creed game is now woke. But Mac, they really do want to do Hitler shit. And that's why I go to the gym. That's why I go to the gym, and that's why I play Path of Exile too. To stop Hitler shit.
Greetings.
It's just like, how did we get here, man? It's wild. Gib. It has Chaos Res on it. Not a lot, but some. Oh, yeah. I lost my son to the woke mind virus. Do you mean your daughter? Do you mean your trans daughter? Do you mean the child you disowned? Because their checks notes? Trans? You know they were just on the cover of Vogue magazine, right? You fucked up so bad, idiot boy. What's it like being a dumb fucking idiot? If I could ever get Chaos Res anywhere else, man, I'd be crushing it right now on the 1s and 2s. Oh, here's a question. Can I swap now? I cannot.
Feast on flesh.
In fact, I am less able to, now that I think about it. Get rid of this. What is this? Get out of here. Rip. Oh, this one had Chaos Res, right. With Spirit on it. I just need 20 all stats somewhere else. We'll get there.
What can I do for you?
Why am I worrying about this? I don't need this. Oh, that's crazy. I did not know that. What an absolute fucking lunatic. The witch is evil. The other crazy part about Elon is he's got like what, a dozen kids or something? Like how many kids does Elon have? You know what? We're Googling it. How many children does Elon Musk have? First result. Oh, only 7. That's less interesting. You notice how you've only seen 2 of them ever? So Google says he has 7 officially recognized kids. We can't possibly know about children he hasn't claimed, right? Google said 7. How many? Oh, but People Magazine says 14. Wait, then why does this say this? What is this result? Because it's not the AI result. But what is this result? But here says 14. 1 of 14. Okay, so 14. Hey, so first off, crazy. So 14 kids. And you've only seen 2? You got the son that he parades around as a body shield. Literally disgusting. Literally didn't start bringing that kid into the public light until the CEO of United Healthcare was gunned down. Like, heinously disgusting actions. How dare you put that child in harm's way? While going on record saying things like, you are the most likely target of an assassination after Trump. On record saying that. Absolute disgusting behavior. How dare you? But you only see 2 of them. What's up with that? You only see one of them because they were disowned, and she's, you know, very quickly becoming a trans icon. Which is also unfair. She doesn't have to be an icon. She is choosing to, like, participate in social media and, like, posting things, so I feel like it is, like, intentional. But, you know, that person, she does not have to be that to also be herself, right? Mostly what I'm saying is, queer community, don't put a lot of pressure on this chick. Leave her alone. But, and then you see the son, because he literally needed a human shield. So, like, what's the deal, huh? I need Kendrick Lamar to make a diss track about Elon Musk so I can learn more about this dude. I need Kendrick on the track. That's what I need. Kendrick on the track. 3 or 4 of them are under 1 year old. So that just leaves 8 other ones.
Yes. What
Also,
can
how
I
do you have
for
4 kids under the age of 4? Dude's a polygamist? The least cool polygamist on the planet? Ooh, big chaos res on a belt. I don't care about the armor at all, but London on the tracks. This is also very good. Minions. No, but that's still good. Hold on.
waiting?
Minions. This is like my 4th. I have one right over here, don't I? Or did I finally get rid of it? Like, how many of these am I gonna make? Tri-res, one as chaos. Like, how many of these am I gonna make? How many of these am I gonna keep pumping out?
Yes.
Correct. Polyamory. Not polygamy specifically. How do I get over here? Dude, if these 2 chunks don't overlap and I can't get to my 3rd fucking Iron Citadel, the screaming will know... You know what? I'm just going to run this real quick. The screaming will know no end. The screaming will resonate from the highest point of this mesa.
Another corpse to serve me.
I don't care about... What am I doing? I don't care about any of this. What am I doing? If you kill something cool on the way, nice. Okay, so over to here. connects to here. That connects up. Okay. We're going. No. Oh, wow. Look at that one. Crazy.
A beautiful murder.
I'm so angry that I died to Gianor. I think I got clipped by a cold effect and then couldn't get out of the circle fast enough.
Your swamp fiends won't help you.
So I just have to be aware of that. But the cold effects just kind of like hit the ground, so I'm not exactly sure how aware of it I can really be, to be honest. The circle was very fast, for sure. Oh. Somber gloves. Alcorb. Get me over there. I did run the map white. They just had... so the 2 citadels I've done just were irradiated. But I am running them white. There's nothing I can really do about whether or not they're irradiated, right? They just are or aren't. Are they always irradiated?
None can oppose me.
Do I have the if bosses, it's irradiated? Oh, I don't know. Wait, do those count as bosses? I thought boss was like very specifically a boss. Like the content type of boss.
Creation.
Now that you say it, I don't know. Have I secretly, because they've all had modifiers. Like, what's his name had, like the drain aura? Have I been making this harder for myself and I didn't know? Google, can somebody can somebody Google this? Hey, Google. Google, does this make Gianor harder? Also this? Are they rare and unique? Have 1 to 2 additional modifiers? Hold on. Hey, Google. Hey, hold on. Does this apply to them? Does Deadly Evolution apply to Citadel bosses? Oh my god, it does. What about the +1? +1 map boss difficulty on Citadel bosses, PoE2. Citadel bosses scale with the map boss tree?
Quick, quick.
If I had just beaten him and just gone in, I would have been fighting Arbiter of Ash with fucking affixes on. Well. Well. That'll make the video funnier.
Time is not on our side.
Well. Hey, thanks, Trev. You know what sucks so bad? I remember reading something like people are making these things harder for themselves than they should be. And it was something to do with the passive tree. But I felt like when I started doing it, I asked chat, and I probably just asked it like I didn't know what to ask because I didn't know how it works. And I thought I had confirmed that these things didn't interact. And I think instead I confirmed nothing.
I can create better.
So when we go to fight the next Geonor, I will be taking out the thing giving them multiple affixes.
Death, take you.
And If I still die like a chump, that's on me. But at least it won't be because the dude has 2 elite affixes he's not meant to have and +2 levels. So that will be cool.
I need more mana.
Iron Cuirass.
All part of my plan.
Yeah, I'm gonna remove all of them. I'm not even gonna have a fucking... I'm not even gonna have an Atlas passive tree when I go in there. You know how upset I would be if I just got like punked into the ground by the Arbiter of Ash and then found that stuff out. Guess I'm glad I found out now, but oh boy. I would have been not so cool. I would have been less than chill. I don't believe that Arbiter counts as a map boss, but people are saying that the thing that grants them modifiers is modifying him, or at least it did at one point. So either way, I'm getting rid of all of that. Oh, map is complete. Sack.
What is hello?
Man, you go through maps so fast when you don't care about getting anything cool.
Until next time.
Well, gone forever. You were never a good helmet. I hope you know that.
What can I do for you?
Okay. We gotta fucking hightail it. I wanna go fight the goddamn Arbiter. I wanna fight Geonor and I wanna fight the Arbiter. I wanna be done with this game until there's an update to it. To be quite honest. Wait, hey, hello. Hi. What's going on with my pickup? Is my audio coming out at the normal level that you expect it to? Hello. Sounds fine. Okay. It is? All right. Not too loud, not too soft. Just perfection. Man, people used to watch me when I was using a Corsair Void Pro headset microphone. I go back to videos from back then where, like, I almost kind of want to remake some of these videos because they're, like, pretty good, like, evergreen content that I just have such a better setup for now. I recorded some videos that are also just like very good evergreen content. Like, I really liked my video on, and this is not just me like, you know, being masturbatory, it's just talking about the industry of like making content in general. But I had a video which I thought was a very good concept of a video, which was the perception of Magic Find in Diablo 2. And how there's like this idea of you're not getting anything, but it's because it's like a, you know, a lot of people don't know that often you're actually getting like failed uniques and sets, and that's why you're getting these rare drops and magic drops that are the way that they are. And if you're aware of that, you would actually be finding like pretty cool stuff. It's not like necessarily valuable, but it helps to like better break up the monotony of like running Mephisto 100 times in a row and only dropping like blue and rare items. And you're like, why am I not getting anything cool? And it's because a lot of the things that you're dropping, like he can't drop or don't have a unique or a set. So you're actually getting a bunch of failed, which means that the magic find is working. It's just not generating the outcome that you want because you have like a singular outcome that you're looking for. And that by gaining more information about what can drop in the game and how it generates, you basically can get more out of your drops even if they're not items that you end up using, because that's ultimately what Diablo 4 is. It's a game, or Diablo 2 is. It's ultimately a game about learning how items drop and coming to appreciate or being able to use that information to make informed decisions about like farming strategies. What up, Dryad? How are you? Perfection as always. Thank you. Too much magic find. I have too much magic find. And it's just like, I think it's a cool concept for a video. I think it's evergreen. I think it can like just, it can just join the list of informative and accurate videos about the way that Diablo 2 works so that people can learn about it if they want to. Here's the problem. My audio sounds like shit, and I took too long to explain stuff, and I sounded like an asshole while I was doing it. So it's like, do I remake this video and just do it a lot better with the better technology that I have and better editing right now? Is that ever really like worth it? I don't know the answer necessarily. Tired you? I am. I'm not tired. I'm definitely a bit stressed out. But that's what happens when your offer on a house gets accepted. I'm excited for Friday. That's when the inspection is. And that'll be when we like sit down and make the final decision of whether or not we're going to buy this house. And then I guess we'll be buying a house. Which also means I will finally be able to, one, get a dog, which is basically the only reason why we're getting a house. But two, the thing that I'm actually really happy about is being able to host people.
All part of my plan.
I have like a, I don't know if it's a trauma response. I don't know what it is. But I have like this deep, deep need to be able to host people in a space and have people want to be in that space. And I don't know. I don't know if it really goes much deeper than that. When I was growing up, I had a family member who was able to host like, you know, barbecues and summer parties. And everybody in the family showed up to it. And that's just where we saw everybody. And it was really nice to be able to keep up with people. And everybody could kind of just bring their friends if they wanted to. Everybody was generally invited. And I'm 34 and I haven't had a place where I could do that yet. And there's something like deep in me that needs to be able to do this thing. And that's what I'm excited about. Set up a guest room so if people want to crash, they have space, and you know, just be like, if you want to bring stuff, feel free to do so, but we got everything we need. Just come on over, just bring yourself, and you know, come be here. Manaverse life. Now we just have to hit into minions. Okay, so let's very quickly, boop. 2 dominions with spirit. That doesn't help me. Boop. Boop. Nothing really. Okay. And then... well, I guess this could technically also hit, right? These are both kind of good. Yeah, they're both fine. This is a dead stat, this doesn't. Much less mana, but it still has max life. Int instead of the cold. Okay. Int. Crit chance. Crit chance. Fire res. Rip. Don't worry, buddy.
What can I do for you?
We'll get there eventually. That's a pretty cool belt. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, we're close. We're close. We're close. Don't lose hope. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Hup. Don't lose hope.
None can oppose me.
What do you got? Oh, an omen. Oh, now I'm seeing. I'm gonna do ritual. To split farm maps. What is that? It just gets the map done sooner? Yeah, if you would like to do that, I'd love to have you. I just want to get to this goddamn citadel.
All part of my plan.
I'm gonna get real into ritual. That's the thing I'm gonna do.
None can oppose me.
I'm gonna sell omens. Everybody always needs omens. Let me just get out of this one.
A lovely creature.
A lovely creature. An orb of chance. Don't make me in. What is it called? Astromentus? death shell. Huge. Everybody loves death. Oh wow, look at all this. Reroll. An Elk Orb. I might just be able to buy that outright. Call it a day. Nope, no I can't. Excuse me. Sorry. Remember when I gave them out bosses extra levels and double affix too? Gotta juice up my bosses when I'm solo self-found and my resin cat. Maybe I should just kill the base level monster. Do 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 do.
Another corpse
Do
to
do do
serve
do
me.
do. Do 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 do.
It's about time.
Wouldn't it be nice? What do you got? Pretty good little shield, but not good enough. Superior rattling scepter. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me put some stank up in it. Dude, I'm getting crazy money running these tier 1 maps. You serious right now?
Go greetings. I'll be here, waiting. Greetings. On with the work.
Look, I got all these chance orbs on me. Where's my other omen? Get my other omen over here. Get out. I don't care about this. Oh. I could actually level up a skill gem too. That one's already corrupted though. What was the thing I was doing? Oh, Trev was gonna drop me. Trev! How do we do this? Invite, please. I've done it. Yeah, Trev. Yeah. Yeah, come be my friend. Come on over here to the area. Do you like my house? It looks like my house. Perfect. Alright. And we're off. And we're off. I'll go right. Oh no, we've both gone right. Well, we did it. I'm gonna click these chests though. Can I use Doombringer? You can. It's not good, but if it's better than what you have, it's the best option that you have. But Doombringer does not meaningfully impact the outcome of minions, whereas Grandfather offers you a damage multiplier and a lot of maximum life. I guess Doombringer also does that. But the major issue with minions is that you actually don't have another damage multiplier to add on to the build. That's why we use Grandfather. Does it show me what you dropped? Oh, and then if you walk away, I can pick it up? Huh. That's an interesting way of doing this. Yeah, no problem, Rex.
What can I do for you? Yes. I'll be here, waiting.
Boop. Boop. Rex, you gonna be at BlizzCon? I'll go right. Change the allocation. Like how items will drop? Items. Welcome back. Trev is helping me to... Wait a minute, is this ritual on top of expedition? Okay. Trev is helping me to get to the bad man sooner. Also, I found out that I was trying to fight the bad man. Stupid. Yeah, it turns out I had things on that make it so the bad men are harder to fight and have extra powers, which is not good. That makes it very hard when you give the bad men extra powers. I'm supposed to give that's what I was saying. I was saying I should give myself extra powers. But instead I gave the bad men extra powers, which I didn't enjoy so much.
I am the apex.
That's the hope. Do employees get to go for free? I assume the answer is... I would have hoped the answer would be yes. But now I don't know. Hell yeah, Alk Orb, let's go, baby. Bought me an Alk Orb, it only took me 2 rituals. Well, 2 ritual maps. So, you know, light work. Alright. Wouldn't it be nice? Every rage also grants increased armor. Oh. Salute. What you laughing at?
On with the work.
Nah, they can hear you sneeze. Chat, you can hear that sneeze, right? I didn't just say salute for no reason. Right? Right? Promise me. Promise me you heard the sneeze and I don't sound like a lunatic. Promise. Promise me.
What can I do for you?
I heard no sneeze, but I believe you. Perfect. That's good enough. Oh, we gotta run this tower. Trevor, I want you to know, I'm running through this tower so fast. I ain't killing a single thing in this tower. Unless it physically will impede me from moving forward. Well, also I'll pick up this Exalted Orb. And actually this... And this Orb of Chance. Okay. Now I'm not doing anything. Now I'm not stopping for anything else. I just had to pick up that Exalted Orb and that Orb of Chance. And that Malice Scepter. That's it, though. That's all I stopped for. You look... This seemed... And this Chaos Orb. That's it. I don't even care about that Vagabond armor. Man, why does your character look cool and strong and fun? Oh, and this Rattling Scepter. But after that, no more items. And this amulet. Wait, we can only open up one town portal?
Go on.
Hold on. Hold on, is that how that works? That's funny.
What can I do for you? On
What is it? Time is of the essence.
Okay. Hidden Grotto. Oh, the portals are getting weird. Uh-oh, the portals are getting weird. Uh-oh. Bubbo. Alright, I'm going right. You're going right, I'm going left. I hit a dead end.
I will feast on your soul.
Really begs the question, why are there dead ends? I think all the elites are on your side. Oh, nope, there's one up here. Alright. So then this one might be mine? Wouldn't it be nice? Hello? Did you teleport?
A gift from fate.
A gift from fate.
Go on. What can I do for you?
Another one. Thanks for this, Trev. I appreciate you. Alright, race you to the top. Oh, I found it. Ha 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 ha. Get bent.
Pathetic creation.
God damn it. The great equalizer. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. No. Go away, Trev. No. I found it. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, the kid's cracked. What can I say? I'm just great at what I do. What can I say? All right, just two more. You stole my portal? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, if I open up another map, can you not leave? Only one of us. Oh, right. Only one of us can open up a town portal. Oh, that's fucking funny. Yo, what up, Lurkin? What's going on, boo-boo? Vilda, thank you very much. Which cooler than D4 Sork? Well, yeah, because the Necromancer is cooler than the D4 Sork, so. Is that true? I actually don't think that's true. Our only claim to fame is we can kill monsters in a tightly bound pack at a decent rate. But you guys get to use Frostburn, so that's pretty cool. That generic unique that only works for burning and chilled damage, the things I can't do. Look, can you play PoE2? Do you have time? Almost got through the second campaign. Yeah, the crafting, the potential of the crafting, because in PoE 1 there's actually crafting, here there really isn't. The potential of the crafting really has to grab you, I think, for PoE to be an enticing game. Like, you have to be stoked when you see that crafting can work the way that it does. And if you're not, then it's just not interesting. You don't like the map crawling? Maps suck. Maps suck so bad, dude.
What is it?
I'm currently, I'm on an early, but I'm on an endgame character right now running tier 1 maps just to get through them faster so I can go do things that are interesting. Oh yeah, I mean the maps in general are gigantuan, like unacceptably huge, I would argue. Oh, this is just a hideout? All right, Trev, skedoodle. Your boy's gotta go fight a citadel.
Speak. What can I do?
Thank you very much for the help. Okay, so before we do anything stupid, let's do smart things. One, get a nice clean map. Here we go. 2, refund
Speak.
Atlas passives. Go away. And go away. Is there anything else secretly modifying? Waystones. No, I'm only running. No. Accept. Okay. Okay, Gianor. Take 3, buddy. The first time I killed you, and you killed me after with your boss effects. The second time you just one-shot me. But I had juiced you up by 2 levels plus modifiers. This time, I would like to stomp you into the mud. If we could do that, that'd be pretty chill, my guy.
A beautiful murder.
And then I'm gonna go fight the Arbiter. I'm not gonna look up the fight. I'm not gonna learn nothing. I'm just gonna go fight him.
'Tis my power to wield. It's about time.
Okay. I don't care about anything else in this map. I just want to go fight the boss. This is a dead end. Look at that guy. Isn't he spooky? Go, my minions, fight him. See, my major issue with the idea of, like, I would play PoE1 over PoE2 right now. I would love to play PoE1, but being somebody who, like, didn't get super into it, the idea of going back to the older game where I just know it is clunkier for me, and it is different, so the things I've learned here doesn't directly one-to-one translate, is rough. It's a rough proposition. Noble Clack. I am the Noble Clock.
A gift from fate.
Like, people are like, oh, are you gonna play the new season of PoE1? And I was like, am I? And I really sat with it for a little bit, and I was just like, I am not. I could not if I wanted to. The maps are just insanely long. Like, it would be okay for them to be this long if the intent was you do one for 20 minutes and you walk away having accomplished something. But that's just often not the case. And that can't be true. And if you are not actively trading, just generating currency is not accomplishing a thing. Because I actually don't really generate currency here. Like, I end up using it all attempting to self-craft. So I gained chances for an item to drop, which is true of, like, farming in Diablo 2 as well. It just feels worse. Also, why is this? Okay. Don't die to Geonor like a loser. Let's go.
You cannot stop us. We will take the power that we deserve.
Not if I take yours first.
Run, little rabbit. Chilling frost.
Now!
The air grows colder. Agnar the Ruined. Agnar the Impaler. As swift as death. And imbued by the moon. Cursed or gifted. Branded and afflicted. Your veins soon chilled. Agnar shall slay again.
Bro.
Again.
So it turns out if you don't add multiple levels to your bosses through your Atlas passive and also grant them the 1 to 2 bonus affix modifiers, they're very easy to kill. And maybe, just maybe, I could have done this all a very long time ago and instead have accidentally made this significantly harder for myself than it needed to be. Who knows? Nobody's quite sure what the answer to that statement is, but on to the Arbiter. All right.
What can I do for you?
Okay.
Until next time.
Regal orbs. I'm full up on regal orbs. Boop. 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 Probably don't need these. Bam. Rip. No. It's like 49%. Okay.
What can I do for you?
Let's go fight the Arbiter. I don't know how to do it, but I'm just gonna go do it. So I go to the Burning Monolith. I believe. Alright. And I walk up to here. And I click this. What does that do? I don't know. And I go this way. And I walk up here. And I do this. And I do this. And I do this. And I activate. And I enter the arena. And I have 6 attempts at this, right? Oh, we're going downstairs. All right. And all it is fighting him, right? Mortal hands have contaminated her virtue once more. By the fourth edict of the mother's soul, her flesh shall be scorched anew. All right, sir. Hello. You're big.
Arbiter, your purpose is
Too
served.
late.
Submit.
The fourth edict already burns for your world.
I don't know what you do.
Embrace the infinite void.
I literally don't know this fight.
Now!
Oh, this.
Hungry, your death was foretold. An arbiter
Okay.
duty
That's okay.
ensured it.
He does this 6 times? That's so much. That's so many things that he... Okay, that's fine. All right, easy. Hello.
You are too late.
Okay.
The
All right, sir.
fourth edict already burns for your world. Permanent suffering. A plague-born, hungry for her milk. The mother's soul
Dude.
persists.
That happens so fast. Okay. Okay. Before I do anything else stupid, is there things I need to know about movement speed? Like, does having gear on my swap make me slower? I'm gonna look up movement speed in Path of Exile. What's like the PoE2 wiki? Have a good one, Rex. Body armors and shields inflict speed penalties when equipped. The exact penalty can differ. Internal strength armors have greater penalty than dex and intelligence. There is no cap. Movement speed is beneficial. I'm using 30% movement speed boots. Do I just drop my shield? Is that crazy? Like, if I'm gonna die regardless, do I just drop my shield? I'm gonna try once without my shield on. That seems crazy.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. Scorch. Embrace the infinite void.
Now!
A plague-born, hungry
Yo, Teo, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm trying to kill the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, and I don't know the fight. Welcome on in.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. Behold, the burning horizon. Corruption plagues, and her wounds worsen. The cleansing for you have failed.
A little bit
Now
better.
the fourth edict
It's a little bit better.
nears.
Okay.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world.
Now!
She revokes your existence. Accept your finality. Corruption plagues, and her wounds were you have failed. And now the fourth.
How are you
edict
supposed to walk
nears.
there that quickly? Movement speed on boots. I have 30%.
Too late. The fourth edict
Rolling
already
isn't faster.
burns
Rolling
for
is actually
your
slower.
world. Engulf. Grave turmoil awaits you. Behold, the burning horizon. Sacred fire of the mother soul
Whoa, what's that attack?
are called upon. Insignificance. This is
What?
the legacy of humanity.
All right. Got him to half health. A little bit above that. Yeah, I mean, I could put on Blink instead of Grim Feast, but that's only 2 jumps. What are these? What are these? All right. Okay. That's our first time trying them. Legit just took off my gear. All right. Yeah, it's the first attempt. Why didn't he... Oh, did I, like, skip that phase by doing enough DPS? Why didn't he do the thing again? Huh. It's random. So he just did that attack pattern 4 times in a row and then did a random one on the 5th attempt. Okay.
How can I help?
I want an Ancient Crisis. What do I have? 365. Divine Orbs is 50? How much is a divine orb to a exalted orb? Wait. Wait, so I can get 455 exalted orbs. What just happened? Oh. I want... Wait. So I can... Hold on.
How can I help?
This is what it's going... Like, somebody will sell me... How do I do this? I want one. I've been playing imposed solo self-found to attempt to do this. I have failed at doing this. I'm now willing to buy these things. You exchange to exalt first? Oh, like no one will buy this? What? What just happened? Okay. So... Okay, so hold on. So someone will give me 450 exalted orbs for a divine orb. Someone will sell me well, that seems bad. Why are these different? What's happening, Trev? Oh, you just have them. Hey, that's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate you. So I need the other one, the whatever the other one is.
Hey.
this one. Why does this keep putting in random numbers? Give. Wow. It puts whole numbers that satisfy the ratio. Gotcha. Okay. So here's our best bet. I just also put on blink. Because Grim Feast is doing nothing for me. $60 spirit. And I hope that's good enough. You should put tabless in the title too. No, I'm all set. Thank you. How do I own these? I don't know. Okay, so I have to get into those little circles. I have to hope that one blink is good enough. I'm gonna absolutely overshoot this fucking blink.
Not yet.
There's no way I don't die overshooting this blink. I guess I was dropping my shield. So it on swap doesn't seem to matter. Okay. We go again. So it's random. When he's got the little things on the ground, I gotta go into the little circles. Why is Blink not active? That is why. Okay. Hello, sir.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. ravaging pain.
Hello.
Embrace the infinite void. Fields of ash and chasms of flame shall restore her glory. Corruption plagues, and her wounds worsen. The cleansing foretold is...
No one's gonna overshoot it. That's okay.
The flame.
Did the first three without having to do anything, though. Immediately fucking overshot on the goddamn blink. Alright. Easy game. I don't like that it's RNG.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. Engulf. Endless ravaging pain. Behold the burning horizon.
Oh.
Fields of ash
Don't fucking
and chasms of flame
Donde?
shall
King?
restore
Bueno?
her glory. Your death was foretold. An arbiter's duty ensured it.
Overshooting on blink. It's primo.
You are too
Does hitting
late.
shift stop you from
The fourth
drifting?
edict already burns for your world. Accept your finality.
What?
Now, witness the flame of creation.
What? It does, okay. Okay. I don't know what just happened. I saw that the beam hit me, but I got out of it.
You
But
are
apparently
too late.
that didn't matter.
The fourth edict already burns for your world. Permanent suffering. Ashes to ashes. Fields of ash and chasms of flame shall restore her glory. Scorch.
What?
You have
What?
failed. And now
What is happening?
the fourth edict nears.
Okay, why did that one kill me? I was like very slow. I don't. Okay. I don't know.
You are too
I
late.
blinked and then my character was
The
very,
fourth
very
edict
slow.
already burns for your world. Embrace the infinite void. Endless ravaging pain.
Sure.
Sacred fire of the mother soul, you are called upon.
No.
You have
that was my fault.
failed.
That sucks. This was like a pretty good pattern too. Okay, that was my fault. I tried to start moving too early. Okay.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. Endless, ravaging pain. Behold the burning horizon. Fields of ash and chasms of flame shall restore her glory. The mother soul persists.
Okay. Alright, time to go learn what everything exchanges for. I would need the other two.
Hey,
What does everything exchange for? People down. What do people trade Val orbs for? 500 and some odd. Okay. 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 Okay, sure. Okay. Into one. Sure. Into one. Shoot. Into 13. Alchemy is valuable. Okay, we got. Okay. So, I would like. I have Crisis. I would like Faded. No one will do that. What does competing trades mean? Like, this is what other people have them listed for? Wait, what is the difference between an available trade and a competing trade? Why are Fated Crisis Fragments so expensive? So I'll let you know, I'm not getting up to 1,200 fucking exact. So, I've run out of attempts, right? That's the takeaway here. Guess I could turn things into a divine orb. I want a divine orb. 1,400. Seems like a lot. 6,000, sure. 600. 60. 48,000. 600. This all makes sense. These ratios don't make sense. Sure. Damn. I only need 14 of these to get a divine orb. That's not bad.
Not yet.
Yeah, what's up with that? Why does it... Hey, real quick. Why are you very slow after hitting shift after... Why are you so slow after? What's up with that? Because that killed me. Twice.
Too soon.
How do you run faster? Is there more movement speed than 30%? Maybe passive tree. I have increased movement speed there. Spare, despair, ire?
Yes.
No. Yeah, Tempest. Please buy some stash tabs if you can. Is that enough to buy stash tabs? It is? And they're like... I have to wait for them to go on sale, right? Because I literally have enough to just buy all of these outright. But I like having the 1,000 little coins because it makes my coin purse huge. I have like a big coin purse that I fit all my coins in. I'm gonna wish list them. Which one drops from each one? Ew. 1 extra life. Which one drops from which? Wolf is ancient, king is faded. So I have some of the expensive ones. Why are these ones more expensive, by the way? Also got this boy over here and this boy over here. Because if I go do this one, and I just have to buy the other one, then I would have another attempt. My major issue is that, like, I'm just kind of... I guess I'm going for... Yo, does this boss have more than one phase? Fuck. Are all of the mechanics that I'm like dying to one shots? So like the explosion if you're outside of the circle, is that a one shot always? The lines on the ground is always a one shot. No, not with my HP. I mean literally mechanically. Can you survive them? That's funny. You're dead. So he shoots the laser into the circles. Like, what are you supposed to do about that? What are you supposed to do about that? You just die? Hey, so Tempest. Where is proof that you can survive? Who has done it? Is there a video of someone tanking these mechanics? I would like to see it. The Lati 20mm anti-tank rifle. I don't think that's going to help me. Is this? Where do I get demon wings and start flying? Okay. So you tank the laser. Well, you can tank the laser. Where's the tanking of everything else? They tanked the laser. What about everything else? You can't tank circles or lines. Okay, so the statement you can mechanically tank everything in the game is inaccurate. My build can't. Okay. This is not what I'm asking. The thing that I'm asking is... It doesn't matter. Okay. That is not particularly helpful for me, but I appreciate you attempting to educate me about the thing. Do I think that if I slam my head against this for long enough, I will do it? Maybe. Do I care? Oh, it's also 9:30. What am I doing with my life? All right, this was interesting. What, you don't like having no ability to search the map other than to manually scroll through it? And for no way for you to like set a pin for where you want to be or where you want to get to? Yeah, they fixed the trick to max zoom out. I think I'm done until 0.2. I think I'm done until 0.2. I think that's like the only thing that can stop me from walking away with like a very negative experience. I think just waiting for 0.2 and experiencing the game fresh and experiencing the game from a trading perspective will help to better inform like my total opinion of the experience. This, like, regardless of trading, this system needs to just be different. Soul self found on your first playthrough is mental. I don't think it's mental though. Like, not really. And here's why. People walking into a game for their first time are significantly more likely to just play the game themselves than to interact with social features, interact with trading, spend money on it to be able to participate in trade. And I think it was incredibly important to attempt to have the experience of somebody who just loads up the game and plays it to get what that perspective means. Like, I have maybe 50 hours in PoE1, like all said and told. And most of that is in Settlers of Calgar. Can I check played? So I've played for 6 days and 2 hours on this character. So it's 120, 144, 100, like a little bit under 150 hours. And if, like, it's 150 hours and I haven't accomplished a thing, which is very interesting. I think that's just like that's an interesting data point. Oh yeah, this game is significantly better. So here's the funny part. It's significantly better at onboarding than PoE1. It's not even close. The issue is it's shit at onboarding. It's just significantly better than PoE1. Which is like a very funny thing to say in tandem. And like, again, early access, Sure. Early access for a game that's literally meant to be actually just the next iteration of the first game, but is instead getting released as as a sequel, is where you start to lose me on, like, oh dude, but it's just early access. It's like, it was literally built to be just a 2.0 of the current game. But sure, we'll just call it early access and give it all of the benefit of the doubt of early access. It does a much better job onboarding for, like, literally what skill gems are and what they do. Like, this system is much easier than the previous one. And, like, that's it? Like, they don't tell you what this is at all. They don't really explain, like, they don't explain what this is. I see this. It's wild. I, like, didn't even know this thing existed for, like, 100 hours. You have, like, an entire relic locker for, like, an entire content type that you do twice. It's very interesting. I want to put together here's a chronicling of my experience. Here are the insights to share from it. And I'll just kind of, like, put that out there. But this was good to have experienced. I just don't think that the experience was good. I'd rather have this than... This is not a whataboutism discussion, really. This is not looking to compare this to other things. It is to experience this thing. And I think I could say that with a very strong subjective, you know, reality here. This experience was not a good experience. There were things inside of the experience which were good, but it itself was not a good experience. What does corrupted mean? Oh, this is a different indicator, but you have an indicator. Why would it be different? Yeah. They get much better. I don't know that I agree. Here's why. I haven't enjoyed running a map since... right around here. This is when I stopped enjoying running maps. Then I had to run this many maps. Here's where I found a citadel that you can't get to. And here's where I ended. And I got to here, and I went to go accomplish the thing, and I failed, which is fine. Solid, like 80% of the attempts were straight up, I just did it wrong. Luckily got a second attempt at it. Failed them. That's fine. Again, it's perfectly fine to fail fighting a hard boss. Tempest, I'll go ahead and stop you real quick. You're assuming a lot about me. Stop doing that. Just stop doing that. I'm attempting to have like a very specific experience. I don't like doing the maps. I don't like doing them. Trying to tell me that I will enjoy doing it later on is not accurate. I don't like doing it. This is not fun. I understand the concepts of juicing maps. I understand the concept that my build is not a very strong meta build. I understand all of that. I'm not stupid, nor am I uninformed. I have the entirety of the team of Maxwell at my fingertips to go ask any question I could ever possibly want to become educated on a thing. Attempting to tell me why I'm having a bad time is not fruitful, nor can you succeed at doing that. I'm mostly just trying to sit with my thoughts and articulate them. If the resources are available while you're trying to hit a nail with a spatula, your characterization of the thing does not make it the truth of the thing, right? I want to play this build. I want to accomplish things on this build. This build can perform better if I have gear to be able to support it better. I've not gotten that gear. If every build that the game itself details is like very clearly a thing that's meant to be explored is so bad at doing the thing that no one would even consider doing it. So I'm not getting loot. I mean, I don't know, man. I've rolled 1,000 scepters, right? This is the best scepter I've gotten out of 1,000 scepters. This is the best armor I've gotten out of 1,000 pieces of armor. This is the only helmet I've ever rolled with minion skills on it ever, out of the thousands of helmets I've rolled. I crafted this shield 70 hours ago, and not a single shield has come anywhere near it. Now, if what you're saying is that I have to participate in trade to be able to get enough things to be able to infinitely roll stuff to be able to get the loot that I need to be able to do this thing, sure. But this is not from like a lack of knowledge, and it's not from a lack of an inappropriate way of attempting to play the game. If builds exist in the game, builds should be viable to be able to do things. I've successfully found 2 Greater Jeweler's Orbs. I've successfully found 1 Greater Essence. That is the end of things that I can do to like significantly increase 1, the power of the skill of the gems that I have, and 2, be able to generate loot more deterministically. I just have not found these things. So if you're not meant to be able to reasonably accomplish a thing in the game with 150 hours played, with like an exceptionally high amount of hours in the genre, what are you supposed to be able to do? What is the game meant to offer you, is a question. A biological man. Thank you for the follow. That's a congratulations. That's powerful. Is chaos damage for witch? The witch can make a chaos damage build work, yes. Did I employ specific farming strategies? I did not. Or at least, I don't know what you mean by employing specific farming strategies. The belt? This, hold on, this statement is trying to fight the Arbiter without going and getting this unique belt, which is the typical way of going about it. Am I misunderstanding the statement? No. Promalos. Okay. Can you explain that in greater detail? Better options that reasonably target farmable. Okay. Des. Big. So, I'm actually going to stop you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Let's bookmark this. All right. This is a good experience. Sure. Sure. I very much understand that. I do. Be Bracamontes.
Subscribe to a bad content creator.
Thank you very much for the 4 months. I appreciate that, friend. Thank
You're
you.
a real one.
Because okay. putting on this is not going to make me survive the Arbiter fight, right? It's at 8k life. That doesn't make me keep building until you can. But you, but you can't. Like, putting this on does not make me survive the little sun orb drops. It doesn't make me survive the lines on the floor. Those are just a skill issue thing. Also, movement speed, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to move to them without blink. Or just having higher movement speed, I guess? Right. So this doesn't make me survive it. But what it does do is it makes the fight take longer because I'm weaker. And my minions will do less damage because I have less of them. So this does not make me survive it regardless of what I do. So it does not help me in this endeavor. This was my set for Atlas. I had to take out this. And I was building up into bosses, and I had to take out these. But this is what I did. So imagine I had this, and imagine I had boop, 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 boop. For side trees, I have nothing. Correct. Yes, I've refused to interact with these content types because I don't like them. You have to? That sucks. This says, this argues that I don't have to. That I instead just have to kill bosses for loot. I would argue that the best thing that this thing does is kill a boss. Because it is not good at this. It is not good at Breach. It is okay at Expedition. It is... I guess it's okay at Ritual. But it sure does suck at this, and this is just very I appreciate that insight. My thought for 0.2 was to basically do just that, which just be a very big ritual boy. Because it seemed interesting. But let's read y'all over to somebody. I appreciate you taking the time. I very much do. I know I'm very flat-toned right now, but it's also because it's 10 p.m. and I typically stopped streaming 3 hours ago. Yeah, hopefully they make a lot of good changes. Because right now, I actually, to be quite honest, I find it kind of difficult to be very excited for Season 8. But it's just because the boss powers are in such a weird place that if the whole season is play a boss power build and that's all you do, I'll be very unhappy with that outcome. Damn, dude, look at Barricade. Huge. Alright, we'll go raid Barricade. Excuse me. Alright, y'all. Thank you very much for hanging out. So tomorrow, I had to put off my plans for today, so tomorrow I'm going to go see my grandmother. Hopefully, I'm back in time to be able to stream the live stream, or at the very least, I'll check it out after and I'll just watch it on stream. But thank you all very much for being here. I really do appreciate it. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kap kun krap, sawadee, guten Nacht, hasta mañana. If I miss you, I hope that the 0.2 patch reveal is very cool. We'll have to kibitz about it after. And yeah, other than that, just remember, the billionaires don't love you. It is your common working class individuals around you that you need to be looking out for. Treat yourselves well, treat your community well. Look out for those in your community, even if you disagree with one another, they're still part of your community. Keep that in mind. Take care of yourselves, drink some water, treat yourself well, get to sleep early. You know, do all the normal things that humans do. Cheers. Bye-bye.